Holy shit, guys. I just realized I feel so stupid. Oh my God. Okay, a couple of things. Let me run through it. First of all, love my partner. They got me flowers. Second of all, forgot to clean my glasses. Third of all, your boy is wearing a leather jacket because it occurred to me that soon it's going to be warm enough that I can actually start to wear this out, and leather jackets look a lot better broken in than they do not broken in. So I have to put the work in. Just don't make fun of me, okay? Nothing more heartbreaking than yeah, 50s greaser. Have your fun. The thing I feel stupid about though is that I have tendonitis in one of my ankles, and in my rush to get ready for stream, I put the brace on the wrong foot. It's on my left foot, not my right foot. So let me just fix that real quick. Are you just always breaking in leather clothes? I have exactly one leather clothing item, and it is this one. And I want to treat it properly because it's cool. And I like it. I don't know if it's necessarily going to pan out to be like my style because it is very 50s. And that's a little bit, maybe a little presumptuous of me, but I want to try anyway. Okay. Now I put the slippers back on. Don't you have leather shoes which would count as leather clothing items? Okay, yes, I have leather shoes. There we go. In a rush to get ready for stream, my guy, your commute is 7 seconds. You people could never do this job. You know why? Because everyone likes to wax poetic about the humiliation ritual of having a job. But what most people aren't prepared for is every decision being scrutinized by 10,000 hikikomoris. Okay? They couldn't handle it. They couldn't handle it. They couldn't handle it. The colored lighting is actually aesthetically incongruent with the jacket. Turn them off. You think so? I kind of see what you mean. Well, we can have fun with it. Red would work, maybe? Now everything has a brown tint. Yes, that's called sunlight. And it's not brown, it's orange. All right. Let's see if I can find this. You don't have some warm lights? Oh my God, you people. Why don't you take over the channel? Do you want my stream key? Here. There. Okay? Now we're on the surface of Venus. Macarena. I want your stream key? What do you think, River? How do you like living in Vegas? No? All right. Surface of the sun? Boy, this hurts my eyes. All right, let me dial this down a bit. Oh, fuck. Now my eyes are all... Oh, God. My eyes are all fuzzy. Do an old-timey radio voice before you switch back? Dog, it's a leather jacket, not like a fucking, suit. What are you talking about? How pale are you? I'm pretty pale. I'm pretty pale. He's pretty pale. He's pretty pale. Look, my beautiful partner got me some flowers. Over there in loving memory. They're actual flowers. So I have to guard them. What kind of flowers? I have no fucking idea. I have no clue. River, what are you talking about? Don't make me stand up and reveal I'm wearing sweatpants. River. Meow. Meow. What are you gonna do, River? Claw me? I'm wearing leather. You can't hurt me. Hmm? 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 Look at her. Oh, I'm choking her out. Hmm? I love you. Missing the hair grease and the Harley Davidson to complete the Marlon Brando look. Okay, it's not a motorcycle jacket. It's not a motorcycle jacket. It's a Type 2 Levi's jacket. Look. See? It's got the pleats. Boy, those buttons are hard to button. See? Like that. It's not a motorcycle jacket. Biker jackets look awful? Well, I don't agree with that. Looks plastic to me. I appreciate your input. River, you can't eat the flowers. Fuck, she's thinking about it. She's thinking about it. Get on out of here. Get. Let her eat? No, I don't think I will. Here it is. Here's an article on the release of the jacket that I'm wearing. I don't think it looks that good yet. Not a hater, Vosh, but that jacket looks about a size too small for your shoulders. My friend, you should look at how leather jackets looked back in the 50s. This is how they were. They're meant to be very close to your body. Now, one critical difference is A, you have to break it in. B, I'm a little chubby. Back in the 1950s, were people chubby? Not so much, no. But they do hold close to the shoulder. Oh, right. See? Obviously, this guy's a lot more thin than I am. But if you put the work in, you can break it in. Do you have to start smoking cigarettes? That is a possibility. See, here's it being worn on a model, but you can see it's pretty cropped to the shoulder, you know? I mean, when you do this with your arms, it's really, really hugging you. It's a trucker jacket? Yeah. I hate it, TBH. You people are such haters. Such haters. I wonder why they never show models wearing broken-in jackets. Well, it can take like months. When people get a new leather jacket, they'll often sleep in them. You know, we don't really do it nowadays, but it used to be when you'd get a new pair of jeans or a new jacket, you would spend quite a bit of time like breaking it in to fit your body. Do you? I would sleep in this jacket if it wasn't for the fact uh, that I sleep with a partner in a big bed with my beautiful wife. You know, I just I can't be doing that. Take a shower in it. Please do not take a shower in a leather jacket. My wife. Okay. What are we on about? Nine anti-ICE protesters accused of being part of Antifa found guilty of support for terrorism. Yeah, we covered this. People weren't really happy with my coverage, but I covered it. Yeah, exactly. I'm breaking in this jacket so that when the big happening happens, I can boil it for soup. Exactly. No new info here, right? No, not so. How's Cat pulling? Oh, we're so close. We're so goddamn close. Is there a segment? Yeah, there should be. Yeah, Rashida Tlaib has endorsed Kat Abigazelli. Where the fuck is AOC and Bernie? Where the fuck are AOC and Bernie? Where? Where? Low key, where were they in Texas? Man, at least with Tallarico and Jasmine Crockett, both of them are nominally comparable on the issues. But Kat and Biss are very, very different. Very, very different. Didn't AOC take her time to endorse Mamdani? No. I think she was fine with Mamdani. AOC held her endorsement until right before the primary, which I think is fine. You want to do it when there's a big boost, a big burst. You don't want to do that like 6 months in advance or whatever. Sure, might do that this time too. It's time, brother. It's time. Illinois' 9's election is in fucking 2 days. It's time. Feels like AOC's taking a heel turn. Oh, if I go and find her Twitter, are the comments going to be full of people asking where the fuck she is on Cat? She's barely posting, man. What the hell? Sports on the 14th. Retweet Mamdani on the 12th. Retweet Junaid for Congress on the 11th. Retweet on the 11th. Retweet on the 9th. And here, a post on the 9th where she met with an alumni representing New York 18 in Congress. Okay. She's quiet quitting before her presidential run. This shit makes me so mad, man. Considering how much effort people like Schumer put in to make this country worse, you need to put in so much effort to put... It's like the AOC has already done the hard part. She's already won the heart of a bunch of Democrats. Like, the easy part now is endorsements. Endorsements are insanely easy, you know? I don't know. She's following Cat on Blue Sky, but that's it. What a line. Local reporter on the Illinois 9 situation. The Illinois 9 situation. Anyone who's paid attention to Illinois 9 for more than 5 minutes knows the idea that Bushra was ever going to drop out and endorse Cat was laughable. In fact, people I've known who have spoken to Bushra well, who know Bushra well, have told me they felt she probably would have endorsed someone else if anyone. Why? Well, why? Because again, if you actually paid attention to this race, you'll know Amiwala, Abu Biss, and Simmons agree on like 90% of issues with slight nuances. No, I'm sorry. Biss voted for anti-BDS laws. Biss believes we should all die for Israel. Biss believes that our job is to be mulched in the Middle East to serve Israel's war. I'm sorry. No, I'm not. Nope, nope, nope. The slight nuance between being an anti-Israeli Palestinian and being someone who thinks that we should interminably commit ourselves to dying for Israel. Yeah, just a mild position distinction. He mentions the difference in Israel below. Oh, just a mild caveat, you know. In fact, Laura Fine also agrees top-line progressive issues. Obviously, the big key issue where she differs is continued support for military aid for Israel. This is a big, considering the fact that Israel is the manifestation of like all evil influence on America. Sorry, I want to be more clear with my language here. Israel is like the wedge issue that represents the virtues of the people who oppose us on everything. Like reactionaries, they like Israel. Pro-war people, they like Israel. Pro-corruption people, pro-capital. It's like the litmus test. It's like the thing you can point at to identify, okay, like, how do you feel about this genocidal ethno-state that's trying to wage war with the entire Middle East? I really feel like it's not difficult to understand how this is like a big dividing line, you know? It's not necessarily that all evil comes from Israel, only like half of it. It's more that you can learn a lot about where a person's political priorities are by judging them in Israel. A person could be pro-Medicare for all, and I wouldn't give a fuck if they were pro-Israel. Because if they're pro-Israel, then I know they're deferent to capital interests. And if they're deferent to capital interests, they will never actually be pro-Medicare for all. They're saying they're pro-Medicare for all. But someday, AIPAC's going to come a-calling, and they're going to say, looks like you have a choice. More money to the Pentagon so that we can continue to finance infinite war in the Middle East, or Medicare for all. And they're going to choose the former. So I don't care. Like, for me, this is the big litmus test. I wrote about Bushra's resistance to people wanting her to drop out a few weeks ago. You can read it here. What a jackass. The only reason articles are being written about a progressive spoiler candidate in Illinois 9 is because they know that she is fucking over Kat's chances. Why else would you write articles on the person who's polling like 6%? You know? We know she's not going to win. Don't count her out. She is out. The only reason that her candidacy is of any interest to anyone is because she's spoiling Kat Abou-Ghazaleh. Why do they hate Kat so much? Well, she is Palestinian. Here's her response to AIPAC funding pro-her campaigns. Yeah, I've seen this.
AIPAC is running ads supporting my campaign, and let me be clear, we don't want it, we didn't ask for it, and we're demanding they stop. This is an attempt to smear my name by putting my name next to pro-genocide, pro-war, Trump-funded billionaires. Same billionaires who funded Trump's fascist regime in hopes that it sticks. And since Laura Fine is sinking fast, I'll save you the trouble of shopping around. Daniel Biss has already asked for your support. He won't call what's happening in Gaza genocide, and he won't say no to any further military aid to Israel. You all actually even stopped attacking him a week ago. We all noticed. Go back to your actual candidate. Once I'm elected to Congress, I'm coming for dark money.
You're not getting a... Dude, come on. Why... All people are going to remember you for is being the spoiler that kept Kat from potentially winning. You're not going to win. You're making people feel negatively towards you. Like, there's a reason why AIPAC is funding you. They're not doing it for fun or to, like, spite you or whatever. They're doing it because the more people vote for you, the less likely it is an anti-Israel candidate wins. She said in interviews that they're hiding her real support in polls and dark money is covering it up. I hate these egotistical pieces of shit, man. This is what unironically, this is what happens when you don't have an org like DSA backing your candidacy. Whereas over in New York, they're well coordinated and they can like invest effort and attention into different campaigns and decide what's worth fighting. Over here, it's like for the rest of the country, it's like, well, you know, whatever. Everything's just a fucking ego trip. Isn't she already on the ballots, though? Yeah, but if she drops out and endorses Kat, then fewer people will vote for her. Like, every vote that goes to her right now is a wasted vote. That might go to Kat.
There's no compromise for me on using our taxpayer dollars to send to a country that is bombing people.
So when working in Congress and working on these issues, you know, this is kind of a big, broad way of asking the question, but like, what are things that you would be willing to compromise on or like meet in the middle with other legislators on? And where's your line of, no, I can't?
I would say humanity is where I draw the line of compromise. So that means there is no compromise for me on using our taxpayer dollars to send to a country that is bombing people, whether that's the United Arab Emirates for the genocide they're committing in Sudan or Congo, or whether that's additional military aid to Israel.
Was that bad? Somebody in chat said this was like crazy. Was that crazy? I thought that was fine. I don't think we should be giving money to Israel or the United Arab Emirates either. I thought that was fine. Yeah, I don't really have like a personal issue with her. It's just like saying that she's not going to drop out because the dark money is hiding the polls that show she's in the lead or whatever.
This is officially the last Friday before the election. Election day is 4 days away. My name is Bushra Amiwala, and I'm running for U.S. Congress. And I went on a post-Taravi coffee shop tour, visiting 5 of the Muslim coffee shops open until 1 a.m., meeting voters, learning what's important to them. And when I tell you this form of voter outreach is so impactful, meeting people exactly where they're at, we can only do this together. Please go and make a plan to vote. It takes literally 5 minutes, and see you
Ah, that's cute.
last Friday before. We must advocate for banning congressional stock trading. It really bothers me that 3 weeks before our unlawful bombing of Iran, the amount of members of our House and Senate that bought up stocks in defense, missiles, weapons industries. I think that is incredibly alarming. And again, I think calling out both sides.
You know what would be, in my opinion, an effective way of doing this? That I think would get a lot of popular support, but never in Congress. I think that if you are an elected representative at the national level, you should be audited every year by default. Like by default, the IRS will just fuck you. And you have specific restrictions of what you can and can't do, and they tear through everything. You have to disclose everything. I think and to accompany this, I think that maybe their pay should be raised, because they genuinely do have pretty difficult jobs. If they're getting money from nowhere else, they do need that money to be able to travel around freely. If they got a hefty wage, and in addition to that, that was all they got, nothing else. You can't benefit from book sales. You can't benefit from speakers' fees. You can't trade. It's kind of an extreme potential solution, and I don't think anyone's ever done anywhere, but I feel like the level of corruption that has just suffused our system at this point is so insane that you'd need to do something like this to clear house. That's some Singapore type shit. Fuck democracy.
I wrote a piece of legislation called the Books Not Bombs Act. If we took 1% from our defense budget, transferred it to our federal funding for public education, that leads to a 10% increase in federal funding for public education, which saves all of us money and means.
All right. Yeah, I don't have an issue with her. I just wish she would drop out. Former U.S. anti-Semitism czar Deborah Lipstadt.
So those of us who were in synagogue yesterday heard Parshat Zachor, very brief reading from Deuteronomy, from Dvarim, about Amalek. What Amalek did to you when you were leaving, when you were tired and weary, they attacked you from behind. Why from behind? Because that's where the weak and the elderly and the children were, and it was easier for them to get at you. So what are we told to do? Al tishkach, don't forget, Zachor, remember, and Timche, wipe them out.
Cool. Nice.
Tomorrow night is Purim, and I think it's clear to all of us now that the best way to fight anti-Semitism is to take out Haman with an F-15. But short of that, yes, anti-Semitism, fighting anti-Semitism is a losing battle. Because if we are trying to convince people...
She sounds insane. I'm glossing over, like, the other problems here, but, like, at a surface level, she sounds insane. Like, she sounds manic.
To love us or to pity us, we have already lost. Instead, we should be shouting our story from the rooftops. We should be telling people what we are fighting for. Tonight, the people of Persia know that, and we should too. Thank you.
Just a reminder, Deborah is literally one of the premier historians of the Holocaust. Her? Really? The person who said, remember Amalek, wipe them all out? This person? She's... Wait. Deborah Lipstadt. American historian and diplomat, best known as author for the books denying the Holocaust. Okay, yeah, well, all right, okay. President Joe Biden nominated her to be the special envoy for monitoring and combating anti-Semitism. How nice. I wonder if every other ethnic and religious group got their own envoy for monitoring and combating that specific kind of bigotry. How interesting. Jesus. Is she a Zionist? Are you kidding? It's really fucked that this kind of behavior is associated primarily with anti-Semites, but I really want us to get to a point in this country where when Jewish people talk about Zionism, we can ask them like very direct questions that we could ask ethno-nationalists of any other group. Like CNN, if somebody says, I want America to be for white people, CNN can look them in the eye and say, so like, you know, people would say this makes you racist against non-white people. I want people to look her in the eye and say like, okay, do you think that non-Jews, do you think like Goyim are inferior to Jews? And I genuinely feel like a lot of them would answer yes, because like no one's checked them on this for decades. Because they're a minority who right now only have power like in the relative leverage they have. No, don't Pepe post. It's not a fucking joke. It's like it's I understand that the only people who care about this are disingenuous neo-Nazis who are bigots themselves, who just want to like, you know, but what about you? They want a whataboutism Jewish Zionist. Like they don't actually give a fuck about bigotry as like a moral. They don't think it's morally wrong to be bigoted. They just want to like have a gotcha or whatever. I don't think it's like Pepe posting worthy at all. It's like a real issue. Like, yeah, obviously, if you gin a community up on the belief that God has given them a specific tract of land and they're the chosen people, blah blah blah, like a lot of them are going to think they're superior to other people. It's not exactly. What was that like what was that like element of some Jewish belief? I forget the name of that like world outreach group where one of the tenets they teach is about like how Jews have two souls, the animal and the divine, but Goyim only have animal souls, the Chabad. Yeah, or Chabad. I don't really know the details on that. It's just stuff like that. I feel like it at least warrants a little bit of investigation. You know what I mean? Like I feel like you should be able to like ask questions about that. I don't think that the nature of one's religious text necessarily translates into like the character of your beliefs, because you know religious texts are bullshit and people make up what they believe. But it'd be nice to like scrutinize them, you know, a little bit. Like with her, like, hey, when you refer to your enemy as a biblical evil that existed 4,000 years ago that God ordered destroyed, do you think that like you're innately better than those people? Like innately, like their souls, you know? I just think it'd be nice to ask that, especially before, I don't know, making them special envoys to the White House.
Wipe them out.
Sorry, I didn't mean to. This was unhinged from her too? Oh yeah, I've seen this one. Yeah.
After October 7th,
this is from 2024.
There was a feeling around the world that Israel is weaker. And in the...
You want a beeper?
This is in reference to the terrorist attack that Israel conducted, where they put bombs in a bunch of pagers and blew them up and killed a bunch of civilians. This was Biden's appointed special envoy to combat anti-Semitism. I don't know, man. It doesn't seem like anti-Semitism is the problem that she has. I think like this would be like appointing a special envoy to combat anti-black racism, and then the person you appoint is like a black Hebrew Israelite who wants to kill as many white people as possible. You know, it's like, does he care about anti-black bigotry? Maybe a little bit. I don't know if that's like the #1 priority. I think if anything, he might like it because it kind of gives him like pretext for a lot of the shit that he really wants to do.
I can give you a few. This feeling held up to this week, maybe, but that brought many people around the world to feel that you can attack Jewish people and Jews as well. And if there is one thing that is within the basis of this organization is to strengthen Israel and to strengthen the bonding between the US and Israel.
She's just joking. What are you doing? She's joking about a terrorist attack that Israel did that killed a bunch of civilians. It was objectively a terrorist attack. Is that isn't that a little weird for a white state? At the time this was filmed, she was the White House special envoy to combat anti-Semitism. Isn't that a little bit weird? Just a little bit? Like, it was a really big deal. There were like security camera videos in gas stations of people's sides just blowing up. Like, I understand edgy jokes if you're a live streamer. I wouldn't really mind that much if it was like a Zionist content creator, because if I think that you can be a content creator and make edgy jokes and it doesn't necessarily reflect that much about your worldview because the edginess is an affect of the internet. But she is not an edgy person. She is like an 80-year-old historian who works for the White House. So I don't think she's making an edgy joke. I just think she's kind of like blasé about the deaths of Arabs. It's fucking weird, man. She's not joking. Someone said that to Mehdi Hassan on CNN or MSNBC. Yeah, I remember. It was a CNN panel, and somebody made a beeper joke to Mehdi Hassan as well. And yeah. I don't know. I just think it warrants a couple of follow-up questions, in my opinion, personally. Why are you shocked? Why do people ask rhetorical questions like that? I repeat information all the time. What do you mean, why am I shocked? Am I shocked that, like, a Zionist would be blasé about the death of Arabs? No, but I think it's worth commenting on. I talked about this... The first time I mentioned this, I was back in middle school. Should I, like, not have mentioned it from that point on? Like, once I had the realization that a lot of Zionists were kind of bigoted? Like, that was it? Why are you shocked? Yeah, anyway. The guy who made the beeper joke to Mehdi Hassan used to work for Richard Spencer. That's kind of funny. In the sense that, like, ideologically Nazis and Zionists are really, really, really in line. I don't know. Just a little bit weird. Just a little bit weird. Are there any other interesting clips? I don't want to, again, I don't really know what prompts them to do this, but Zionists seem to have conferences every other month where they just sit around and talk about how they're evil, and I don't really know why they do that. I feel like they wouldn't want to give the game away, but they do it, you know? They like doing that. I don't know why. Arrogance? It does seem to be like... It does seem to be a little bit... Yeah.
What we're seeing today is an anti-liberal, traditional liberal, anti-capitalist attack. It is Occupy Wall Street on steroids. You want to explain the losers on the left, the losers, or on the right. If I've lost somehow in this system, blame the Jews. If you were to...
Notice how she's saying the primary group responsible for anti-Semitism is the left. She's a Holocaust historian.
Say blame the left-handed people, we'd say, let's get you to a psychiatrist. But if you say blame the Jews, even if you don't think it's right, even if you don't think the person's explanation is correct, you say, you know, I've heard that. That is familiar. So when you ask me what it is, I would say... Well,
does she think Hitler was socialist? Well, I think, like, as a Zionist, she understands that she's ideologically in peerage with the far right. Like this happened after October 7th. So like the big threat that she wants to fight against is not anti-Semitism, but anti-Israeli sentiment, which comes predominantly from the left.
What we're seeing today is different. It's worse. And those of you who know my
Kind of interesting that Biden would appoint a special envoy to combat anti-Semitism who talks about how the left is the group primarily responsible for anti-Semitism. That's just really interesting, you know? Like the White House, this was December 12th, 2025 is when this is posted. I assume that this conference happened around that time. Like at this point in time, the White House and its administrative branches are posting nonstop neo-Nazi propaganda, very unambiguous, like our homeland, we have a right to the future. They're 1488 posting, like, and in this environment, she's like, yeah, losers on the left who are jealous of the Jews. Actually, they're resentful.
my work, you'll know that years ago, and I took a lot of flack for this, when people in the Jewish community, lead Jewish organizations, oh, this worse, then I'd say, calm down, it's not that bad. It is changing the daily life of Jews. There is no Jewish gathering which doesn't have some form of security.
Okay.
No Jewish, you come into a synagogue and they don't know you, you're going to have trouble getting in there. When I lived in Washington in the West End, when I walked out from the State Department, there was a church right near the corner of where I was living, and the sign, I took a picture of the sign.
This is a long read, but she's against Jews and non-Jews marrying, lol. Very, very liberal Zionism. Definitely not an oxymoron. Liberal Zionism. Big component of the Jewish community, by the way. In-group marrying Jewish parents, very, like, I criticize it when white people don't believe in miscegenation. I criticize it when black people don't believe in miscegenation. There are lots of older black people who think that their children should only marry or date or whatever other black people, right? Because a lot of black people, they grew up in an environment where they think that there's a kind of cultural preservation project or whatever. I disagree with stuff like this. I think love is love. If you love someone, you should marry them. I think it's ridiculous to expect any individual to be like the, like carry the weight of an undiluted ethnic heritage. Very common in Jewish communities, more so than in white or black communities. And yeah, I don't know. It just doesn't seem very liberal to me, in my opinion. Liberal Zionism. The scourge of which I speak is intermarriage. Generally, the scourge. When I speak on this topic, I tread very lightly lest anyone be offended, but the results of the recent population study indicate that many of us have been treading too lightly, and tragically, it may be too late to get tough. There are few Jews in America, certainly none who read this magazine, who are unaware that the recent population study conducted by the Council of Jewish Federations revealed the current rate of intermarriage is 52%, with a staggeringly small percentage of conversion into Judaism. Heavens to Betsy, 1/2 of Jewish people are marrying non-Jewish people. Yeesh.
No Jewish, you come into a synagogue and they don't know you, you're going to have trouble getting in there.
When is it prejudice and when is it preference? Listen, if you are a white person and you only want to date or marry like white women, I think that's kind of weird, but I'm not going to like argue with you over your preferences. Like, you're probably racist, but what am I going to do? Like, bully you into marrying a black woman? What black woman would deserve you, right? Like what, or sorry, you wouldn't deserve, like, deserve that, like deserve parentheses neg, like why would I, like, I'm not going to make it my mission to convince you out of your life path here, right? But if you are a massive public figure and you're writing essays on how it's essential that people of your race or religion or ethnicity don't engage in miscegenation, that's probably pretty bad, right?
When I lived in Washington in the West End, when I walked out from the State Department, there was a church right near the corner of where I was living, and the sign, I took a picture of the sign. All are welcome, come in and pray. And I was going to post it. This is not a synagogue.
This is fuel for Jake Ewers. I've been saying this for a long time. If we can't criticize Zionism or Jewish supremacy without getting labeled as far right, even though the criticisms that I'm levying here are that she is illiberal, like I'm criticizing her right now for being illiberal, despite being the Biden appointee, you know, then it guarantees that the far right will always have a monopoly on this discourse. Okay, I think that's just ridiculous. And you know what? Again, to my consistency, I have said the exact same thing about criticizing tendencies within the Black community. There are, much as I have spoken so many times about the negative tendencies within the white community, so many times, oh my God, every day, there are some in the Black community too. It's not all 100%. And if the only people who talk about it are white supremacists, you've got a problem, you know? I would just prefer that we all live in reality, you know? I just want to, like, yeah, all like groups of people form and have preferences and cultures that are dictated by millennia of like, you know, compounding social and cultural influence, and sometimes it leads here and sometimes it leads there, and we can, you know, you can offer criticisms. Don't try to be like a jackass or whatever. Like, don't run up to a black guy and be like, did you know that black youth are anti-intellectual on average? 4% of them are they're 4% more anti-intellectual than white youth. What do you have to say about that, sir? Like, don't be a fucking retard. But yeah, like, you know, we should engage with reality as it is. I remember that for a time there was a window early on in stream during Woke 1 where it was considered taboo to acknowledge the crime rate difference between black and white people, which to my mind was always like, you are giving the white supremacists a gift. You're handing it to them on a silver platter. You're making it so the only people who can acknowledge the crime rate difference between black and white people are like neo-Nazis. You're giving them sole control over that information, and anyone else so anyone who wants to know about it is going to have to go to them for more info. That's insane. You can just explain socioeconomic. You can just explain why it is the way it is, because they're going to say it's because of inherent IQ differences. We can say it's because of a, you know, wide variety of complicated stuff. It is complicated. You know, you do have to put in some effort to understand it, but.
Not because not all are well.
Do Zionists not know this kind of rhetoric puts Jews in danger by creating a generation of neo-Nazis, or do they just not care? They don't care. In my understanding is that by and large Zionists actually like creating anti-Semitism because it justifies their pretext for creating a like an ethno-state in Israel. Like, let me put it this way: do you think Hitler would have minded anti-white sentiment in the Arab, African, and Asian world? Like, do you think that would have bothered him if a bunch of non-white people all around the world hated white people? Or do you think he would have been like, oh, you hate us now, huh? We'll just wait to see what's coming next. In fact, if anything, he would have relished it, because the hatred of non-white races would have given him more propaganda fuel. It would have been like, hey, did you know that a bunch of white Germans traveling abroad were attacked for being white? Doesn't that justify the next billion people we're about to kill? You know?
And you shouldn't come in and pray, but you can't get in. This is not normal. No other group in the United States is living like this. And it's time that the rest of the world, the non-Jewish world, saw this, understood this. We're not cowering. I thank the officers who were outside my synagogue and the volunteers who were taking care of it. But this is not a normal way to live. And I think that, you know, just turning inward and reveling in who we are, which I do. I revel in who I am. It's what made it possible for me to do what I did. But I think it's also important to make them aware that this is wrong, and this is a disease of the non-Jews, and we're not going to...
Ooh. Again, this for me is one of those lines between, like, content creator and non-content creator, because I say a lot of hyperbolic, edgy stuff, but it's in line with the way I talk about pretty much everything. Like, from politics to, I don't know, what anime I've been watching. But she's like an old, well-respected, well-connected historian. So when she says stuff like that, like, I say this stuff is a disease all the time. And I think that because I do that, people don't, you know, people don't scrutinize it that much. It's a consistent, like, rhetorical flourish. But with people like her, with like old, you know, well-respected, it's like, man, is that really how you talk? A disease of the non-Jew? Is that really?
disappear. We're not going to go away. We're going to hang around. We're going to annoy the heck out of you. But this is not normal, and you're responsible for it. You are responsible for it.
So
A disease of the non-Jew. Oh yeah, this was over the college protests after October 7th.
You see anti-Semitism
I think I might have seen this.
as not just a threat to Jews, which, by the way, if that's all it was, that's bad enough.
That's right.
There shouldn't be a threat to anybody. There shouldn't be a threat to Muslims. There shouldn't be a threat to Jews. There shouldn't be a threat to Latinos, et cetera. But you see it as not just a threat to Jews. You see it as a threat to democracy.
I see it as a threat to democracy. I've been saying that since day one when I entered office. Anybody who buys into the conspiracy myth, which is at the heart of anti-Semitism, has bought into the ridiculous notions the Jews control the world, the Jews control the government, the media, the Jews, the Jews, the Jews. They've given up on democracy. So that's one reason. I mean, that should be a matter of great concern. But I've begun to feel over the past months, and certainly since October 7th, that it's even more than just that. It's a threat to international and national stability, security. Bad actors, bad countries, bad individuals, NGOs, people with different agendas have figured out that anti-Semitism is a way of stirring up the pot of society, the welfare in democratic countries, in Western countries, European countries, and in other parts of the world. If we want to create a chaos, if we want to create people against each other,
Oh, sure.
anti-Semitism is a good tool.
Bosch always has a reason for why it's okay for him to do something he criticizes someone for. Man, I don't know if you're being in bad faith, but if you can't see the difference between a edgy political live streamer engaging in like across the board edgy rhetoric versus an esteemed historian who every once in a while refers to her enemies as Amalek and says they need to be wiped out, or says that anti-Semitism is a disease of the Goyim. Like, if you can't see the difference between those things, like, I don't know. I mean, sure, to your I guess I can't really convince you. That's pretty crazy language. I'll just say it this way. I have never heard language like that employed by any politician or any academic expert in any context ever. Not one with the kind of connection she has. Never. Not once. Can you? Can you think of a liberal Democratic politician who just casually was like, you know, anti-black resentment is a disease of the whites, like a Jesse Jackson type who said that? I mean, maybe it's happened at some point. I don't know. For me, it raises some questions, certainly, about like her being a bigot. I think it's worth asking, at least. Nothing that I'm doing right now is like enabling anti-Semitism. I think what she's doing is enabling anti-Semitism, by the way, because she seems like it's her life mission to make sure that everybody knows that Jewish people are intrinsically connected to the state of Israel. Is she Israeli? She's older than the state of Israel. Or like just about as old. So no, she's not Israeli. I mean, I don't think she could be.
Yeah.
So if you worry about, if you're worried about the welfare of Jews, worry about anti-Semitism. If you're worried about the welfare of democracy, worry about anti-Semitism. If you're worried about the national security and national stability of your country, and this goes for not just the United States, for France, for Germany, for so many countries, for Belgium, worry about the rise of anti-Semitism.
Okay.
You see.
Fascinating stuff. Yeah, I don't know. How old is she exactly? I don't know, like 80 or something. Keep in mind, yeah, she's saying this in response to college protests against Israel. Like, the initial framing here is disingenuous. She is talking about college students protesting the genocide in Gaza. That's what she's referring to here. Okay, last clip, because, like, Jesus Christ, there are so many of them. There are so many of them.
You know, Free Palestine may have started out as a political statement, as a political that you want a two-state or one-state solution, though, with equal rights. So how well is that working out in Belgium? I don't know. But it has become, and if it wasn't clear before, it certainly was clear on the night of May 21st, and you've seen the videos, or in Boulder last week in Boulder, Colorado, and so many other places. Language evolves. Even more disturbing, of course, is from the river to the sea, and many of the people who chant it don't know which river, which sea. Some do, but some don't.
Something else that interests me is that she's supposed to be this, she's very old, well-respected, and a historian, but she engages in a lot of the same talking points as common pundits. Isn't that kind of odd? Like, the rhetoric here is indistinguishable from Zionist, I don't know, Twitter sharks or people who pop on CNN every other week. I don't know, maybe I'm just thinking of like Zizek or Chomsky or whatever, but usually academics have a very like faltering, slow, considered way of speaking because they're not like pundits, you know? Their job isn't to go up there in front of a camera and rail it all out super quick. Their job is to consider the evidence, write their books, whatever. But she is pretty quick with it.
Essentially means is get rid of all the Jews living in the state of Israel, or the worst of all, of course, is globalize the Intifada. Globalize the Intifada means kill Jews everywhere and anywhere you can find them.
Like, does this sound like a historian to you? Does this sound like somebody who has a well-considered, thoughtful, long-term view of the thing she's talking about, or does it sound like she's thinking about, again, one of the world's most renowned Holocaust historians? And she just doesn't sound like a historian to me. The only thing that, to me, distinguishes her from a common pundit is that she's 40 years older than she would otherwise be. Apart from that, she just sounds indistinguishable to any dipshit they would bring on NBC to complain about Mamdani.
Those kind of statements may be allowed by free speech, and I think Chancellor Martin was speaking to this quite specifically earlier. Those statements, while they may be allowed, should be unacceptable. And as was said earlier during the academic panel by both panelists, they should be in the sense that even if they're allowed, they should be forbidden by your moral and ethical principles. And this is how low we've sunk, in that it's okay. And again, rule of law is good, but it's not sufficient. So while I believe in free speech...
And always from the Zionist, the restriction of speech. Always, you know, what was, ain't no Palestinian never told me I had too many First Amendment rights. Always, they never make an argument. She actually hasn't been making any arguments, has she, in these speeches that she's been giving? She hasn't been like reasoning out why what she says is true. She's just saying it matter-of-factly. She's not leading you into an argument. She's just saying, I don't think you should be allowed to say that. I think that saying Free Palestine is like saying the N-word, you know? Sure.
I also believe there are certain things that are unacceptable. Professor Nadel gave us an example of using the N-word, and quoted by Martin, written by and used by Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, Nobel Prize winner. But there's certain phrases that become unacceptable. And the idea that we have to say globalize the Intifada is an unacceptable idea is mind-boggling.
Not a single argument made. Not one. Not a single time was an argument made in this. It was just the same browbeating. In May 2021, Lipstadt was considered for an ambassadorship position at the Office to Monitor and Combat Anti-Semitism in the Biden administration. On July 30th, 2021, Joe Biden nominated Lipstadt for the role. Opposition from Senator Roy Johnson, who whom she had tweeted was advocating white supremacy / nationalism, delayed her nomination for many months. Her initial nomination expired at the end of the year and was returned to President Biden on January 3rd, 2022. All committee Democrats, Senators Mitt Romney and Marco Rubio confirmed her voice vote. She was sworn in. Wow. Biden was so determined to have her in that he kept pushing for her nomination even after the initial nomination expired. Damn. Lipstadt was part of the Biden administration and part of the team that launched the U.S. national strategy to counter anti-Semitism right before October 7th. On October 17, 2023, right after October 7th, in a joint statement with Israel's anti-Semitism envoy published by the State Department, Lipstadt condemned the October 7 attacks. Okay? Really? I don't know. I guess. In September 2024, Lipstadt attended Jewish New Year ceremonies at the Israeli embassy in Washington, D.C. with Israeli ambassador Michael Herzog, Zioness founder Amanda Berman, and cybertech official Anne Neuberger. National security official who worked in the Biden administration, served for a decade in the NSA. Jesus Christ. Lipstadt is noted for being among the commentators who imply that anti-Semitism is an eternal phenomenon. How interesting. You think bigotry against the Jews is an eternal phenomenon, almost like an innate characteristic of the Goyim? Like you don't think anti-Semitism is affected by socio-political influences? It's just an innate feature of directed against the chosen people by the non-chosen? That's so interesting. If you think that anti-Semitism is eternal, that means that you think it's innate and you think that it's a property of the Goyim. What else could that possibly imply? Like this is biblical language. We are the chosen and the non-chosen will always be envious. Don't fucking Pepe post. This is her belief. Neo-Nazis also think this, by the way. They think that many of the quote-unquote lesser races are guided by an eternal jealousy and like resentment towards the white race. Very common rhetoric from them. She once likened anti-Semitism to a virus that a cure. Also, out of curiosity, why would Biden appoint to the Office of Combating Anti-Semitism a person who believes anti-Semitism can't be combated? That's kind of weird. Like, she apparently doesn't seem to think it's addressable if it's innate and biblically ordained. I wonder what other priorities she might have. Although Lipstadt often distinguished between legitimate criticism of Israel and criticism that crossed the line into anti-Semitism, she did not specify where she considered that line to be, especially whether other democratic visions than the two-state solution were anti-Semitic. David Irving libel suit. Nice. In February 2007, Lipstadt warned of softcore denial at the Zionist Federation's annual fundraising dinner in London. Referring to groups such as the Muslim Council of Britain, reportedly she said, when groups of people refuse to commemorate Holocaust Memorial Day unless equal time is given to anti-Muslim prejudice, that is softcore denial. Okay. Yeesh. Way more people think Islamophobia is acceptable versus anti-Semitism go off. Yeah, the idea that Muslims should be kicked out of America is a mainstream Republican position. People like Ogles or Randy Fine just nonstop tweet like they're subhuman, they shouldn't be here. Can't do that with Jews. No, you cannot. Not as a politician, at least. In a later interview, she blames universities for opening the door to the Trump administration's deportation campaign. What? Okay. Always the left's fault. Always the left's fault. How interesting. From a Biden appointee, always the left's fault. Always, 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 always the left's fault. All right, well. That's pretty cool. Thoughts on Irving, the neo-Nazi? I think he's a neo-Nazi. You can probably infer my positions on him from that. This woman isn't that ideologically far off from him, though. They're just on opposite sides of the horseshoe. The difference between this woman and Irving is that she's much more powerful, basically. Anyway, that was all pretty depressing. I don't know. I just think it's important to be able to talk about stuff like this because otherwise the only people who are going to talk about it are Nazis, and I don't think they have the best intentions, in my humble opinion, if you could believe it. Super enraging. How the fuck do I title this without it being kind of Pepe posting? Why is nobody talking about this? Did you see Hassan covering Tucker Carlson flirting with the idea of running for president on an anti-Israel platform? How the fuck? I don't watch Hassan. Why would I have seen that? What are you talking about? Why wouldn't you ask me, have I seen the Tucker Carlson bit? Why would I specifically remember having watched it through the lens of Hassan? Theory of mind. Theory of mind. Theory of mind. Come on. I missed the fashion segment at the start of stream, but modern leather moto jackets are so tight and such thick leather, they basically force your body into a riding position. It's pretty funny. Yeah, that's the whole point. That's how they've been like that for 100 years. Your setup seems so different today. It's literally just there. We have 1/2 of the lights. How about that? It looks worse now. More queer. You people are fucking unpleasable. Unpleasable. Anyway, what was I going to title that shit? Why is nobody talking about this? Most generic title of all time. We'll workshop it later. Dawn of the Jews. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, Masaigo. So what is this? What is this about? What is this about Tucker Carlson? Tucker Carlson's not running for president. Grifters love to threaten to run for president or threaten lawsuits because it gets hype. Nothing's going to happen. Hassan was saying that Tucker would win if he ran as anti-Israel. Oh God. Wait, now I am interested in Hassan's take. Did Hassan just talk about it for like 5 seconds, or is there a whole video?
There was something else that Ted Cruz said in his little rant about you. He said, Tucker says there's no one on planet Earth he hates more than Christian Zionists. And he blamed in particular me and Mike Huckabee as objects of his ire. And I wear that...
Oh, here's the commentary section? Sure, okay.
Tucker Carlson runs on an anti-Israel platform in 2028, and the Democrats put forward a pro-liberal Zionist, pro-defending America's military might candidate. Tucker Carlson wins by Ronald Reagan numbers, not only by winning over the MAGA crowd, which he has complete control over, in my opinion. But also on top of that, a lot of independents and maybe even some liberals. The Democratic Party is done. The next wave of fascism is here. Like the more accelerated version of fascism is here. He actually does unironically put the mass deportations regime in place.
Partial agree. A Tucker Carlson running on a principled anti-Israel, pro-isolationist platform against somebody like Jesus, I don't know, Shapiro or Newsom or whatever on the Democratic ticket, he might win. I do not think he would actually do fascism, though. The problem, again, I think that implementing 1930s style fascism today is about as possible as implementing 1930s style Soviet socialism, in the sense that it can't be done. Tucker Carlson is and always has been a shameless grifter. He would immediately cuck out a business interest the nanosecond that he won. Like he would do the biggest rug pull. He would make the Trump rug pull look like coherent and easy to anticipate. You know, for the people who voted for him. It would be like instantly, oh, sorry, billionaires, it's your administration now. Please continue raping the American public. Dog, when he worked at Fox News, he literally said like he's so-and-so's bitch boy, the founder of the network. Come on, starts with an M, doesn't it? Start with an M? Oh, you know who I'm talking about. Murdoch. Thank you, Murdoch. Did start with an M.
That's what I'm afraid of.
He says he's running against me for president. I almost want to run for president just to debate Ted Cruz, because I think it would go about the way it went last time. And for my part, I deeply enjoyed it, which is why I've never tweeted about it. For Ted Cruz.
Tucker Carlson versus Gavin Newsom is unlimited.
Why are you so sure he won't run? He has no interest in being a politician. I promise you he has none. It's not going to happen.
Tucker Carlson victory, by the way.
I disagree. It feels like comedically incompetent authoritarianism of the 2020s will likely be replaced with highly competent authoritarianism of the 2030s. No, I don't. I've talked about this, and maybe I should talk about it more, but like I think that the great death of this country is going to be the metastasization of the trends that neoliberalism set into place. I don't think fascism has anything to do with it. Fascism is just a desperate effort to make a social case for why corporations need to keep fucking you in the ass. But the really big problems, divestment, financialization, income inequality, all of those are like Reagan and Clinton specials, and they're going to keep on a chugging. It doesn't matter who's president. You could get anyone in charge. You could get Biden, Kamala, Gavin Newsom, hell, maybe even Bernie. Maybe it's too late. Who knows? But I don't think fascism is going to do anything more than provide a temporary justification for the continuation of those policies.
Like, I'm letting you know right now, everyone's gonna be like, but what about trans people? Okay, they're gonna be like, but Gavin Newsom is like pro-gay. Gavin Newsom will signal that he's like also in favor of, you know, limiting the pro-trans sentiment from his side because he wants to appeal to the mythical moderate center. Oof. Tucker Carlson's like, you're Israel first. You're an attack dog. You're a lapdog for Israel. I can't even tell what your positions are. One day you say Israel's an apartheid. You get a boss call from all of the Israel lobbyists. And next day you come out and you say, actually, Israel's not an apartheid. Americans need someone who actually can stand on moral principles. And as a Christian, I think genocide is unconscionable. What's going on? You see, Tucker, you're being quite anti-Semitic. No, I love Jews. I love Jews. I can't stand what Israel has done to my Jewish friends. What's going on? Ronald Reagan victory condition, okay? Spoiler alert. Gavin Newsom doesn't win that battle. Tucker Carlson wins that battle.
Everybody knows the only reason we're having this war is because Israel wants it. This is their last chance, they believe. This presidency is the last presidency where they're going to have unequivocal bipartisan support.
This is why I've been trying to urge Democrats, both behind closed doors and publicly, to take a stronger stance against Israel. Okay? You cannot have a guy like Tucker Carlson lead the conversation on Israel. The Democrats, as a national party, have to universally oppose Israel. If you don't do that, a guy like Tucker Carlson, who has been leading the conversation for normies on the issue of Israel, will come out and destroy you.
I wonder if this is true. If you look at some countries like Greece, for example, there are examples out there of like failed and highly corrupt democracies where the leadership is just terminally unpopular and right-wing and pro-Israel, no matter how many people in the country hate Israel. Like 99% of Greeks hate Israel, but the government of Greece is super pro-Israel, and it probably will be after the next election too. I wonder if Israel has become such like a an indispensable or like an irreplaceable bulwark of capital interest, like a front for it, that like America could never break free of it no matter what. Or a right winger never could, because Tucker Carlson will always be subservient to capital interests. Anybody who thinks otherwise, you're the biggest rube in the fucking world. If you really think this guy, who was licking Murdoch's asshole 24/7 for decades and only broke away when he could create like a popular, he was let go, and then he was like, okay, now I'll try being a Nazi for a bit, and now he's doing the whole like maverick, out there, criticize the right from the right shit. If you think that he would not immediately fold to capital interests, you're completely delusional. There's not a genuine bone in this man's body. Yeah, he's just an evil grifter. Well, Greece is still having financial issues, so they can't piss off Western capital. My brother in Christ, we're having financial issues. It's not like the American government could survive mass divestment from capital. I know it'd be harder because we're America, but like, we're already like we're kind of teetering right now. Statistically speaking, the municipal sewage piping underneath your house is between 4 and 12 weeks away from exploding and flooding your basement, okay? There's no yeah. I don't think Hassan disagrees that Tucker will sell out on his pro-worker sloppulous rhetoric, but I think that being pro-Israel is being anti-worker, and I think that being anti-worker is being pro-Israel. You know what I mean? I don't know if there's a way around it. Then will it only end with the end of the nation state of Israel? Well, I think what has to end is the capital control over the United States. Like that's if our government was not run almost entirely to the benefit of the bourgeoisie, I think that support for Israel would drop to like zero instantly. If the media and our politicians actually represented their constituencies fairly, like it just represented the national interest, that shit would be over with like that. Support for Israel exists only as a byproduct of billions of dollars spent on propaganda over decades. Absent that propaganda, that's it. So I think that if you could get a candidate who was capable of manifesting that big wave of anti-capital sentiment, I think you could get it. I think you could get it done. But Tucker Carlson's not going to do it. Plus, you'd have to have Congress, and man, I don't know. It's tough.
You can't play catch up by the time the election comes around, where you're like, oh, well, we also want to do defensive weapons to Israel, but no offense.
He would absolutely do an immigration moratorium and deportations. I don't think he'd do any more than what Trump is doing right now, because Trump campaigned on doing it, and his voter base wanted it, and then corporations went up to Trump and they were like, hey, we actually really benefit from immigration. Like H-1B visas, we need those. Agriculture slaves, undocumented agriculture slaves, we need those. So can you like not? And then Trump was like, yes, sir. Okay, sir. Right away, sir. Immigrants on the at the door when you're ready, sir. The Trump admin continues the MAGA rug pull on immigration. I guarantee you, even if somebody like Stephen Miller was in charge, he would do the exact same thing. To address farm labor shortage, Trump admin turns to migrant workers. As the president's immigration policies squeeze an already tight supply of farm labor, the Trump admin is making it cheaper to hire foreign farm workers. classic. So I think that, like, even if Stephen Miller was in charge, the exact same thing would happen, because there is no way of actually being an anti-capitalist Nazi. I don't think it's possible. I think it's like the Strasserite, like, square in the political company. I don't think it's real. I don't think it's a real thing. No matter what, if you are deferential to power, you will serve their interests, and they are stronger than you. The people in the United States who make money off of foreign labor are more powerful than the president of the United States, and they have been at least since the 1960s. Maybe at and before World War II, there was a window of time where the federal government was more powerful than any individual, like, corporate bloc in the country, but that time is long gone. International capital kicked the lid off that real quick.
It's a weapon. No, you'll fucking lose. You'll lose. 100%. Whoever is first to market with a convincing and earnest anti-Israel position will win. It does not matter how much AIPAC is spending right now. Even Nita Allam is a great example of this. A short-lived campaign that came out of nowhere, okay? Was almost capable of taking out a multiple-term incumbent, Valerie Foushee, that was getting the backing from every party instrument, and also on top of that was getting...
Nah, it's good.
Was getting support from AIPAC subsidiaries too. And yeah, I do think a lot of it pains me to say this, but I think a lot of leftists would vote for Tucker Carlson over Gavin Newsom. Yes. I think a lot of normies would vote for Tucker Carlson over Gavin Newsom. 100%. Yeah. I'm fearful of this reality.
I don't know if I agree with this, and I'm not really as fearful of this reality, I guess. I feel like Tucker isn't really any different from Trump or Miller.
Period. You
can't make Tucker Carlson be the convincing anti-Israel guy. This takes time. Democrats are already losing this battle.
Would Tucker actually run?
No. Thomas Massey, and there's a whole army of them coming at some point because everyone can see what's going on. And you can shut down X, and you can shut down the internet. You can be like Great Britain and arrest people who protest Israel, but attitudes are not going to revert to what they were.
But Hassan has more subscribers than you. Bots, they're all bots.
Years ago.
I'm actually the only leftist live streamer.
So this is their last chance.
He's right, by the way. He is completely right on this. The real issue here is that Tucker is the one...
Tucker doesn't need to follow through on his anti-Zionism. He just has to play the act long enough to get elected. Okay, but the thing that I'm saying is I don't think he could do anything differently from Trump. Right now, Trump is speed-running the decline of the country by allowing the bourgeoisie to rape and dismantle like it's private equity, man. They bought up the failing company, and now they're tearing it apart for scrap. They're doing that to the whole country. Every level of government right now is filled with graft, open corruption. Everything is falling apart. I don't know what Tucker would do. What would Tucker do? Not contribute to the collapse of the country? Would he like cut out the corruption? This grifter, this like naked grifter, the most transparently inauthentic, insincere person on the right. This guy is gonna like suddenly lock in and like stop the corruption. No, what we're doing right now is we're speed running becoming Russia. And I don't think anything's going to stop that. At least he wouldn't. I think it would just be the same thing. It'd be the same thing with Vance. It'd be the same thing with Miller. I think, unfortunately, what we have to come to terms with is the fact that the president has a lot less power than we think he does. It seems like inertia has driven this country in a specific direction, and the only real choices the presidents have are like how competently they want to execute its decline. I don't know if there's a president or a potential president alive right now who could stop this country from declining.
Saying it. Why aren't Democrats the ones saying it? Why are Democrats running away from other Democrat adjacent content creators who are saying it? People like myself. Think. You need to lean into this. This is where the base is.
Why do you think Miller's a grifter? Because a grifter is somebody who lies for personal gain, and all Nazis lie for personal gain. There's no such thing as a non-grifter Nazi. Again, I've said it many times, you're either a grifter or mentally ill. There might be non-grifter neo-Nazis, and you know where they are? They're in white supremacist prison gangs. They have an 82 IQ, and they fuck their sister every day. They live in trailer parks. These are the non-grifter Nazis. Go out and find them. Find the non-grifter Nazis. Find people who believe in that shit, okay? Anything past that point, all of these people lie. That all they do is know how to lie. Is Richard Spencer a grifter? Oh my God. Yes. Yes, Stephen Miller is a grifter. He might be authentically a Nazi in the sense that he actually believes in the whole white nationalism bit, but he is still ultimately beholden to those capital interests. Also, he's a little bitch. If he was ever president, capital would fold him over their knee. Okay? Trump has more of a spine than Miller 1,000-fold over. They would just snap him like the bundle of twigs that he is. In both senses. They would buck break that motherfucker, and then they would do whatever they wanted with the country. I guarantee you.
Across the fucking board. You're never going to win the evangelical right that has unlimited appetite for death and destruction over there and love Israel, okay? If you listen to AIPAC lobbyists, if you listen to pro-Israel lobbyists and people with a tremendous amount of influence capabilities that are constantly making phone calls anytime a Democrat says anything about Israel. So then you have to like manage your rhetoric around this issue in a way that doesn't offend these fucking psychos. You are giving ground to a right-wing populist, just like Donald Trump did initially. This was the pre-October 7 election, right? Donald Trump won.
If capital is so much stronger than the federal government or any other institution, and they already have such a monopoly of control, how do we resist that? Because I think that international capital is running the world towards a breaking point, and we need to be ready to like take charge when that breaking point happens. Like international capital is essentially through over financialization, it's essentially guaranteeing that we slam into a wall very, very hard. And there's going to be a big economic crisis and so on and so on. Not to mention climate change. I mean, not to even speak of that. That's also their fault. Incredibly harmful stuff is coming up, is on the way for sure, no matter what. And I think that our job is to kind of develop class. I'm not going to use euphemisms. Our job is to make sure that the American people or people everywhere know why this is happening, how this is happening, and how to keep it from happening again. And unfortunately, I don't know if electoralism can really like overcome the power as it's stacked in front of us. But I do think that when things break, at the end of the day, it will be like a popularity game. Like nothing changes the fact that there are so-and-so billion humans. You know, they might have the power, but power is meaningless once people collectively decide that like the future of the species kind of overrides the need to follow certain rules. I want people to know like why we are where we are. When the country falls apart, I don't want people to think, grr, those immigrants. I want people to think, damn, maybe it was a bad idea to put $10 squadrillion into the stock market and $0 into infrastructure. Maybe it was a bad idea to not invest in solar energy just to make a couple of fossil fuel companies happy, even though the solar panel industry would have been as large as the fossil fuel industries. Maybe it was bad that every politician for some reason decided to bend the knee to like fracking, even though fracking makes up a tiny, tiny percentage of jobs. There are more baristas in this country than there are people who work in coal mines, oil fields, fracking sites, all combined. Just baristas. So, like, I don't know. Maybe we could have done something. I want people to know why this all played out the way that it did. That's my hope.
I mean, where Democrats were so predisposed with a pro-corporate sentiment that was supposed to be like responsible governance that Donald Trump was able to come out and look like a more moderate figure than he actually was on a lot of issues, on issues that Americans care about, right? Like, I'm not going to touch Medicare. I'm not going to touch Social Security. I'm not going to do wars. These were all moderate positions from a Republican that most Republicans had never heard of. That's why he was able to win so much favor with like normies and low propensity voters. You can't defeat that with wishy-washy, middle of the ground bullshit, middle of the road bullshit. You can't defeat that kind
Fracking isn't about job creation, it's about resource wealth, but lying politicians sold it to you as job creation. Every fucking Pennsylvanian politician from local all the way up to federal has to do a song and a dance. They have to do a fucking minstrel show for the benefit of a fossil fuel industry, pretending that the couple tens of thousands of jobs produced by the fracking industry in that state are like essential to the state's economy, as if Pennsylvania doesn't have millions and millions of people. A fraction of a single % work in fracking. Why does every politician from Pennsylvania have to dedicate a third of their fucking stump speech to fracking? Well, you know why.
a narrative. You only allow your opposition to lie about their positions if you are not making a convincing argument. If you're not even interested in making a convincing argument, if you're not even interested in hearing why they are popular. This is why Kamala Harris lost. And this is precisely why, if Tucker Carlson actually runs for office, he will come out of that primary the victor, 100%, and he will defeat the overwhelming majority of Democrats right now as they stand. And yes, that even includes, like, you know,
most of the jobs in Wyoming are associated with extractive industries. Wyoming literally doesn't exist. Wyoming has like 5 people in it. Sorry, we will have to find a way. Listen, I'm weighing the future of humanity against the unemployment rate in Wyoming, and I gotta say, it's not looking good for the Wyomingites, you know?
Left flank Democrats as well. Unless they dramatically change their the way that they communicate about these issues, specifically, you know, be unshakable, be more convincing in your advocacy. Don't do this like wishy-washy shit.
Is he done talking? We done yapping? Hassan is not a strategist. I'm not trying to like debunk Hassan or whatever. I just think it's important that people understand where my perspectives come from. My perspective is that right now everything happening electorally in America has less to do with policy and more to do with popular sentiment. I think that policy-wise, we're fucked. We're over the hill. I don't think any president is going to be capable of, plus Congress, is going to be capable of doing the big things that are necessary to keep this country from spiraling into death, which is revocation of Citizens United, massive taxation on the wealthy, like apocalyptically high taxation, definancialization, reinvestment in infrastructure, a deconstruction of the MIC, and complete divestment from Israel. At the very least, divestment. I think that policy-wise, nobody can do this, so it's over. In a policy sense. Now, in a sort of a rhetorical sense, in terms of popularity, in terms of convincing people to prepare them for what's coming, that I think is what the fight is for right now. I'm not saying policy doesn't matter. It does matter, and there are good things that we can do. And just because we're all going to die one day doesn't mean that we can't, like, I don't know, get a hand job in the way out. So I'm not against good policy in the interim. I'm just saying that in terms of the long-term prospects of this country, the fight, in my mind, is making sure that we're better disposed, better prepared, sufficiently resentful against the capital class, stuff like that. We need to be ready so that when the opportunity comes for us to rebuild, or at the very least, like, kind of buffer ourselves against the worst of things, we're ready for it. That's my hope. Yeah, like, how do we slow the spiral rather than just splat on the bottom? Like, The difference between an America that is completely unprepared for the climate crisis and an America that has some preparations is massive. The difference in policy could literally mean like mass blackouts across the country, which would be borderline apocalyptic, versus rolling brownouts because we've built up the solar infrastructure so that we can continue to like things get worse. There are like mass migration from Central America as climate change causes like enormous heat waves, wet bulb temperatures like 20 degrees below what the actual temperature is. People are dying nonstop. Millions of people fleeing into developed countries in the hopes of benefiting from the technology known as air conditioning, people getting shot and poured into ditches in the borders, terrorist attacks against energy infrastructure. The difference between like a mass blackout, which would basically be game over for America, like we're too complicated and interdependent, versus rolling brownouts, even that difference is a big one. So there is value in fighting for the preparation, for the, you know, for getting ready. You get me? I'm not trying to be doomer. Why would mass blackouts happen? A couple of terrorist attacks at key power substations and like infrastructure would be enough to cause blackouts in huge portions of the United States. Not to mention, like, blackouts could be caused by a big heat wave. A big heat wave on its own would be capable of taking out significant amounts of our power, you know? Or a solar flare. Yeah, or a solar flare. But I mean, like, you know, aren't you an accelerationist? Kind of, but that doesn't mean that you should, like, die when it happens. I don't know. Like, accelerationism, I don't necessarily think that means that you have to maximize suffering. It just means we have to reach a point where we're capable of, like, encountering conditions where we can take advantage of social collapse, which, like, I think the social collapse is happening anyway, so I just want to be prepared for it when it happens. I don't want to end the human race. I want us to be happy and fruitful. You know, I want things to be good, ideally, in the long run, in my opinion. Hence the rice and beans. If I wanted to maximize suffering, then I'd be saying shit like, you know, sirloin and couscous. I'd be sending you guys to Whole Foods instead of Costco. That's complicated, Kabila. Steak and DoorDash.
What's so amazing is that Israel, which at least is acting in what it perceives to be its own national interest, is joined by its shills in the United States, of course. But really, its only other ally in this is the American news media, whose job it is to tell you the truth and inform you as to what's happening, to tell you, hey, wake up. The world could be changing, and it's going to affect you and your family. That's their job. And instead, they've been lulling you to sleep with the same variety of transparent lies and propaganda.
Huh?
Yeah. Who's fighting harder against this war? Tucker Carlson or Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries? Not close, right? It's embarrassing to have Democratic leaders outflanked on the anti-war position by some on the right. Democratic leaders are pathetic, controlled opposition, useless, right? And there's truth to what Jank is saying.
I don't know why Vosh brought up couscous as an example. Because it's more expensive than just buying giant bags of rice. I just thought of, like, an expensive grain. I'm sorry. I know couscous isn't the most expensive grain. I just thought of something that you'd have to go to Whole Foods for, maybe.
But there's also truth to what Edgar Mentum is saying. So are you going to ever mention that there's absolutely no anti-war constituency whatsoever among the MAGA right? Or are we just going to play dolls with influencers and TV hosts forever? To which I responded with, I think about this a lot. Tucker's platform is large, and I always assumed it was MAGA. But 85% of MAGA loves the Iran war. Does this mean that independents and Dems are watching Tucker now? Is MAGA still watching him and just simply disagreeing?
Couscous is a pasta. Okay, well, it looks like a grain. I don't know. I don't eat it. It's good. I had it a couple of times. All right? Jesus, shush.
Matthew Osland says, I know lots of normies who watch Tucker now for his anti-war, anti-Israel content, which is true. I see it too. I'll get on a plane sometimes, and the motherfucker sitting next to me is watching Tucker Carlson. Now, of course, I'm sitting in business, So maybe that's the reason, but it's still crazy that I'm just seeing it out in the fucking wild, right?
I saw it was closer to 93% of MAGA who support the war. Yeah, but they're literal cattle. They'll believe what they're told to believe. They're not capable of making decisions on their own. Yeah, I don't know. Could Tucker Carlson win a presidential run? Reacting to Hassan, reacting to Tucker. That'll win him. That'll win him. People love reactceptions. They love that shit. All right, what do we got here before we talk about the thing in the goddamn title? Israeli military has requested approval for up to 500,000 reservists amid preparation for possible ground invasion of Lebanon. Get them out there. Get them out there. No body armor. Get them out there. Suicide march. Suicide march. Suicide march. Just single file line into a bunch of landmines, please. Is the maneuver in Lebanon... What? Is the maneuver in Lebanon approaching? The government is preparing to mobilize up to 450,000 reserve soldiers. The government's expected to be asked to approve a large-scale mobilization for preparations. Stop doing that. There have been statements that the IRGC has threatened to molest American Marines. Yes, the IRGC has pledged to molest every member of the Marine Expeditionary Force that has been deployed from Japan to the Gulf. Hashtag rape every Marine is trending on Iranian Twitter. Wait, is that real? No. Balls will be fondled. Balls will be fondled. Yeah, they've been learning from IDF tactics. Ugh. $450,000 reservists, man. That's an insane number. Even if they procured that many people, they could not send all of them at once. I don't know what... I think the goal here is not so much to muster a force of 500,000, but more like, if we are committed to perma-war, everyone should always be fighting anyway. Like, just make everyone a soldier all the time, basically, you know? Most aren't frontline, probably. Yeah, you have the frontline IDF, whose job is to shoot children. The backline IDF take prisoners and rape them. It's a very, it's a very nuanced, complicated sort of like assembly line approach to warfighting. Will you be live for oil markets to open? When do they open today? Is that 5 p.m. ET? Isn't that in 22 minutes? Or am I... The futures market, I mean. Or do you mean tomorrow? More or less? Well, yeah, I'm not ending stream in 22 minutes. It's Sunday? The futures market. I'm in reserve, and the issue at this stage crosses into one that's entirely financial, because while the IDF can afford to pay their enlistees an allowance that is pennies, they are actually forced to pay reserve soldiers an actual wage. Don't worry. If there's any budget shortfalls for the Knesset, we'll pay it out.
General Kim, I mean, we mentioned that the president posted on social media that CENTCOM executed bombing raids on the Karg Island. He said that he chose not to wipe out the oil infrastructure. To you, what does it signify that the U.S. is now hitting Karg Island?
Well, it means that we have raised the stakes in this war considerably. It's gone simply from a take out the military, take out the regime, but now we're trying to take out the economic lifeblood of this country potentially. I mean, it really is, he is holding Karg Island, in my mind, hostage to ensure that Iran allows the ships through the Strait of Hormuz. But as Jeremy properly said, this can blow out of proportion because if that oil infrastructure is attacked. It is clear that Iran is going to attack the rest of the infrastructure in the Middle East. And at that point, the prices of oil will just go out of control.
These are images of that tanker off of Iraq ablaze, simply on fire. Iraq shut down its oil terminal.
I thought the IDF front line was to kill kids, the back line was for rape, and the midline was for friendly fire. That's true. That is true. The IDF does love their friendly fire. We don't know the exact numbers because they're pussies and won't tell us, but it does seem like a significant portion of the IDF soldiers that were killed in Gaza were killed in friendly fire.
As a result, and it's just one of several hits in the region. That was off the coast of Iraq right there, and Bahrain, an oil depot on fire all night there. And on the southern coast of Oman, there was a strike on the docks there on a fuel facility. So, General, my question to you, obviously this has to do with control of the Gulf, control of the Strait of Hormuz there. The United States, President Trump has said the Navy could escort tankers in and out, could provide security. But why haven't they? Why haven't they helped ships get in and out of the Gulf? Is it safe to do that?
Well, thank you, John, for having me. And the answer is no, it's not safe right now. I mean, buckle up, because this is going to get worse before it gets better. I mean, they have the Iranians have enormous asymmetric threats that, as Oren was reporting earlier, they've got all these mines they could put out there, perhaps 5,000. They've got ballistic missiles they could fire. Still, I have 120 launchers now with cluster munitions that they've demonstrated. They have air, sea, and underwater drones. Remember what happened to the Russian fleet in the Black Sea by the Ukrainians? That was all drones. They have home-built cruise missiles now. Again, back to the Ukrainians. They sunk the battleship, the Moskva, the mighty Russian battleship. They've got suicide speedboats. Think about the USS Cole 26 years ago in Yemen. I mean, they ran a suicide speedboat loaded with explosives.
This guy's boring as fuck. I'm returning back to base principles. If you're watching Western coverage on the war in Iran, you should watch it from Fox News, because at least they're honest about how bloodthirsty they are.
The assets we have in space, the satellites that are there for observation, for communication, I mean, these are the capabilities that are identifying the rocket launches, that are communicating to our forces, and give America an extreme edge in this conflict.
And that's the head of NASA, Administrator Jared Isaacman, with me on Fox Business's Mornings with Maria of Friday on the U.S. assets in space being used in Operation Epic Fury, now in its 16th day.
Never
Joining me
take
now
that
is Fox
fucking
News
name
senior strategic
seriously,
analyst,
man.
retired four-star General Jack Keane. General, thanks so much for being here.
Jesus Christ. They're all so... are there any phrenology deniers who still watch my content? I don't know how the fuck you can... It's insane. It's going to make me believe in God, because I'm starting to believe there's a innate moral framework to the world that just warps the faces of those who are evil.
What an incredible operation. What can you tell us about where we are in Operation Epic Fury at this point?
Well, we've been at this almost a couple of weeks now, and certainly we have made incredible progress here. We've stripped away pretty much almost 90% of the Iranian assets' ability to conduct offensive operation, and that's the obvious: ballistic missiles, drones, maritime capability. And also, we have just destroyed their manufacturing capability as well. And by that I mean these are the companies, public and private, that would build the future ballistic missiles and build the future drones. The mission is progressing quite significantly, and our commanders on the U.S. as well as the Israeli side are very confident about their ability to end this in a number of weeks. It'll take some time because they still have real capability there, and we're not going to finish until we take that capability away from them.
It's pointless to watch these ghouls lie. I disagree, because I think we're going to be embroiled in this conflict for quite a while, and I do think it's interesting to watch their rhetoric shift. I mean, keep in mind, the rhetoric initially was Trump has already won, the decapitation strike killed the Ayatollah Khamenei. You know, now it's like, oh, well, we're diminishing their ability to sustain a fight in the region. Trump is calling in all his allies, all hands on deck. China! Come and help!
What the Israelis are focusing on, Maria, and that is the organizations that really sustain the regime. The IRGC itself, the Law Enforcement Command, the Bajia militia, which represses the people, and they are attacking those militia groups that are in the streets at various checkpoints in various cities as we speak.
Just because we're winning doesn't mean shit for the average American. How can anti-war Republicans watch this shit? There are no anti-war Republicans. To be a Republican is to covet death. They just like misery. The only reason a Republican would ever be anti-death is because they thought it would lead to higher prices at the gas station, which it did, but they still love death that much.
And also the police infrastructure. So this is the mission plate that we have, and completely focused on it. And we have some time to go, but the progress has been quite significant.
And yet the Iranians have been able to hold the Strait of Hormuz hostage, General. I know that the president talked to us about what the U.S. military was able to do on Karg Island, where Iran exports its oil. But the president was very clear that the U.S. did not touch the oil infrastructure there. What can you tell us about what's needed to loosen up the Strait of Hormuz as the president calls on allies to join this fight? And what about the Karg Island impact as well?
Yeah, I understand the focus on the Straits of Hormuz. The media is focused on it, and it's obviously, people think this is a surprise. This has been in our playbook going all the way back to the 80s. Actually, we thought they would go after it, you know, on day two. It took them a while to get around to it. Listen, here's what we're not going to do. We're not going to go toe-to-toe with the Iranians over the Strait of Hormuz. That's what they want us to do. They would love us to get into a fight with them, put some troops on the ground.
Oh my God. This after you begin a fucking bombing run. We're not going to sink to their level.
Around there in Iran, deal with the Straits of Hormuz, bring Navy into it. They welcome that fight. They have a tactical advantage over that fight, to be sure.
Over the United States? Don't let Trump see this segment.
We're not going to do that. Our main effort is to take their offensive capability away. By doing that, the byproduct will be to free up shipping to move through the Straits of Hormuz and be escorted by Navy vessels. That is our main effort, and believe me, we are not stopping that main effort. The Straits of Hormuz eventually will be a problem that will be solved, but not immediately. On Karg Island, I think everybody has been educated now, is a major strategic asset of the Iranians because 90% of their oil flows through that distribution point. And what I believe taking down the military was all about, Maria, is really about messaging the Iranians. We told them in no uncertain terms, by taking down the military capability and not taking down the oil infrastructure, we can take Karg Island at a time of our choosing. And we choose not to take that now. Would we take it in the future? Those options are there for the president.
Remember, they would have bombed the oil infrastructure on Karg Island if they thought they could get away with it. But doing so would likely create a firestorm in the Gulf that would make it harder for everyone, and it would continue to shut down. The goal for America right now is to return to the status quo before the war, making sure that the Strait of Hormuz can be crossed, the Gulf is safe, so on and so on. And that will be set back considerably if they light the Gulf on fire.
Likely towards the end of this, because if we take Karg Island, either we occupy it or blockade it, there's a number of things that we can do. It's kind of checkmate for the regime.
Would also make Japan do a second Pearl Harbor. That's true. Japan is highly dependent. I know they've got big reserves, but highly dependent on oil trade from here. That is true.
because now we own all of their major asset. It's 50% of their budget, 60% of their revenue, 80–90% of the distribution points for their oil. So it is clearly a strategic asset. But we will do that at a time of our choosing when it makes sense to us. And we've now sent a loud message to them that this is likely going to happen.
That's incredible. General, thank you so much for...
Wow. Okay, what is Newt Gingrich doing? Instead of fighting over a 21-mile-wide bottleneck forever, we cut a new channel through friendly territory. A dozen thermonuclear detonations, and you've got a waterway wider than the Panama Canal, deeper than the Suez, and safe from Iranian attacks. Okay. Thank you, Newt Gingrich. Thank you. All right. Yes, sir. High hurdles for Japan to send naval ships to Strait of Hormuz, official says. In response to Trump begging our allies for assistance in the Gulf? I don't think so. Fuck, I was about to do the accent. I had a really good one, though. I had the voice in my head and what he was going to say. If I nailed it, that would have been a 10 out of 10 clip, but I probably would have been nuked for it. Much like the Japanese, which would have been fitting given the accent that I was about to do. Sorry, Trump son. All right, moving along. There's no point in doing half of a bit.
Over whether you... Very quickly, Mr. Secretary, there's a big debate over whether you all were prepared for what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz. If you were prepared, why is the Strait of Hormuz effectively closed right now?
Because it's right near the Iranian shoreline. The world is abundantly supplied with oil and energy. We knew there would be a short-term disruption in energy flows. And to hear Chuck Schumer say that we didn't, it's just so he knows how foolish that is. And to say stuff to try to undermine the United States in the midst of a world-changing conflict just boggles my mind. But this mission was carefully planned out. It's been superbly executed. On the other side, we'll be in a much better place. The greatest driver of terrorism in the world, the greatest threat to global energy supplies will be defanged. Yes, we have disruption to get there, but we're going to be in a much, much better place in the not-too-distant future.
Mr. Secretary, let's talk about Russia. The Treasury Department...
This guy looks like somebody else. You know, am I crazy for thinking that there's a younger Bourdain in here? Look at the lips and the really long philtrum. Can you see it? Tell me you can see it. Yeah, I see it. Okay, some people see it. It's Epstein. He does also look a little bit like Jeffrey Epstein, but I was going with Bourdain. Epstein and Bourdain look kind of similar too. So what are you going to do? Is she wearing an Israeli hostage pin? Yes, of course she is.
Major strikes against Iran's largest oil terminal in Kharg Island could prove to be a tipping point in the war. As President Trump announces, many countries will be sending warships to keep the Strait of Hormuz open. Our next guest knows all about fighting the war of terror in this region. Former U.S. Navy Lieutenant Commander Tom Sauer joining us. Commander, thank you for joining us. And as we talk about the options of how you open that Strait of Hormuz, whether it's more air power, whether it's an actual U.S. ground force component, or even allies helping escort ships through the strait, what do you see as the best options?
Thanks for having me, Griff. I would say that obviously I think the best option is through naval power. Maybe I'm biased because I went to the Naval Academy and I spent the past 20 years of my life studying and working and training for this problem. So have all my closest friends, even my brother as well. And we've got task forces that have been around longer than I've been alive, dedicated solely to keeping the Strait of Hormuz clear. And a lot of those guys, friends of mine I talked to, are getting ready to ramp it up.
We retired the minesweepers.
They're standing by and they're very resolute in what they're going to do. I do think it's very good and helpful that we get our friends and allies. Particularly, I think I've read somewhere that the French are actually sending their Charles de Gaulle carrier strike group.
Dude, I'm armored.
That's really good news. By what I think this really highlights, because
I'm dying
what
over
Americans
here.
don't want to see American boots on the ground in Iran or anything like that. And that's why having Trump's great golden fleet is going to be a huge part of this. Now, obviously, that's going to take some time. And one of the key aspects of this is reindustrialization of America. This is our shipbuilding. This is like through allocations of tens of billions of dollars through the Office of Strategic Capital, led by Dave Lorch, under Secretary Hegseth and President Trump's leadership. But this is really going to be a naval problem. I've transited the Strait of Hormuz more times than I can count. And it's a pretty, it is a critical choke point for the global oil supply. And that's something that President Trump has really made a focus.
It's a leather jacket. I couldn't tell at first. Looks new. I got it like fucking 6 months ago, but I haven't worn it enough. You have to, dude, it takes so much work to break in a full leather jacket. It takes so much goddamn work to break them in.
On, and I'm very optimistic about this in the long term.
And Tom, you raised a really important point, and that is you talked about task force that have been dealing with planning for something like this for many years. I think you're referring to Task Force 52, among others, and it seems to me that really undercuts the critics of the Trump administration that have said that there was no plan to deal with something like this. Explain your thoughts on that and what something like Task Force 52 would do.
Now,
that's fucking insane. Trump, out of nowhere, begged on Truth Social for allied nations, including China, to come help us in the Gulf, and this is being framed as we had a plan all along.
Whenever I heard that, you might have seen a post of mine on X last night that was just saying it's absolutely laughable. Now, granted, Task Force 52, which my little brother was the operations officer for just a few years ago, was dedicated solely to clearing the strait. Now, since then, very recently, it's merged with the Destroyer Squadron Task Force, Task Force 55. But you also have Task Group 56.1, which is Navy EOD, my former occupation, so I'm a little biased towards these guys, using EOD divers, unmanned underwater vehicles, that's dedicated as well to clearing the strait. So this is a constant problem. This is something that my buddies and I have been reading about and talking about and planning for quite literally since we were midshipmen at the Naval Academy together.
God, he's so boring. It does give me a lot of hope that in spite of the fact that they brought this situation on themselves, MAGA doesn't seem to be able to make this conflict very interesting. Like, they were more prepared to build a culture war out of like college campus protests and like transgender athlete rights than they were this. Be so for real. When did he ask China? Yesterday on Truth Social. He specifically said, he listed countries that he thinks should pitch in some help in the Strait of Hormuz, in the Gulf of Persia, and China was one of them. He named China. Yeah, watch the dang streams. Yeah. Look at this. Personally, my favorite allied country expression of naval non-commitment is intensively looking. What's yours? South Korea promises to communicate closely with U.S. over warship request. UK intensively looking at how to help reopen Strait, says Energy Secretary. EU ministers to discuss naval mission operation for Strait of Hormuz, says official. Hurdle very high for Japan to send warships, says senior politician. Yeah, nobody wants to lose a warship to a mine over here in the Strait, I'm afraid. So fucking funny. Thoughts and prayers. Good luck. Yeah, I didn't read in response to Trump's Truth Social post. Yeah, I didn't read all that. Free the Gulf of Persia or something type shit.
Fox News in Washington. We begin with a look at some of today's top stories. Spring may be just 5 days away, but Mother Nature has other plans. Blizzard warnings are in effect. And the Pentagon has released the names of the 6 U.S. Air Force members killed in the military aircraft refueling crash.
Rest in peace. Died for Epstein.
Days ahead.
The Israeli Air Force is also continuing a powerful wave of attacks on Tehran and throughout Iran. Iran is engaging in regional terrorism and extortion meant to deter Israel and the United States from pressing on with the campaign, and is receiving an uncompromising response, which is strong as steel.
Where's Netanyahu? Netanyahu's alive.
Iran is still continuing its attacks against Gulf countries, targeting locations there and Israel. Since midnight, at least 8 missile barrages were launched towards central Israel, triggering sirens throughout the night.
I don't get why American pundits don't give any agency to Iran. They seem to think Iran will just sit there and do nothing. The Nazis did the same thing. It's a common failing with fascists going to war. They are more interested in the propaganda of war than they are the actual commitment of war. So as soon as there's an inconvenient sort of dissonance between the propaganda of we have infinite power, we can do what we want, and actual battlefield tactics, that's when they lose. That's why the Nazis were doing pretty good, conquering half of Poland, all of France, quick, easy wins, but then they got bogged down as soon as they entered the Soviet Union, and they didn't really accomplish anything in the UK. They did very, very, very well when they got lucky or when they were able to take advantage of like surprise or superior technology. But when it came to like when it came to the kind of conflict that you would need to like sit down and really, really prepare for, that's where they fucked it. Their logistics were bad. Their planning was bad. Obviously, Barbarossa was a failed campaign. You know, and again, they didn't do anything with the Blitz. We all know that, right? Like the Nazi regime completely failed when it came to the United Kingdom. It's possible that they might have been able to take the United Kingdom had they really committed to it and not been so worried about the Soviets, but they wanted to just do strategic bombing, which doesn't work. Of course, that was also the very beginning of strategic bombing, so they probably couldn't have known. We had no, like, prior knowledge in what strategic bombing would do. Didn't help the head of Nazi military intelligence was a double agent and sending infos to the Allies the whole time. Nazi grifters, man. Goes back to the very beginning.
Some damage was caused to the area, but no casualties were reported.
As a result of the missile impact, it caused fire on several vehicles and damages to several buildings. Together with the forces of the Home Front Command, the MDA service, and the security forces at this stage,
Let me run with
we found that 3 people were lightly wounded. At the moment, we are working to inspect the inside buildings to see that there are no one trapped inside and, of course, sealing off the scene.
With the war ongoing, international focus remains on the Persian Gulf.
Genuine question, what is strategic bombing? Strategic bombing is basically just indiscriminate bombing of civilian targets. That's kind of a simplification, but like the difference between strategic and non-strategic bombing nowadays would be like non-strategic bombing would be like drone striking or sending missiles to strike like production facilities, barracks, stuff like that. Targeted attacks on military infrastructure or on production. Whereas strategic bombing is like, fuck it, dog, we ball. We're just going to level the city. It was very common back in World War II, not so much today because it's expensive and ineffective. It mostly just makes the population mad at you. Just doesn't tend to work that well. The only reason it worked with the Japanese is because we found a big bomb. But we had done strategic bombing prior to that with Germany and with Japan. It really just hardens people against you. Yeah, strategic is a euphemism. Indiscriminate might be a better term.
For the U.S. launched airstrikes against Karga Island over the weekend. The island is responsible for up to 95% of Iran's crude oil processing, though Iran appears to want to continue the fight.
The Strait of Hormuz will not be open to shipping.
You mean carpet bombing? Well, carpet bombing is a specific kind of bombing. It doesn't necessarily refer to the broader tactic. Carpet bombing is literally a bomber that has like a wide array of armaments. You just run over the city and just like a carpet, literally like you lay a carpet of death over it. You can do carpet bombing without doing strategic bombing, but technically like they're pretty, yeah, you can carpet bomb a battlefield. You can carpet bomb a barracks or like a military base or an airfield. But yes, we did often carpet bomb cities.
Not a single American Navy vessel will be allowed to enter the Persian Gulf. The presence of America in the Persian Gulf has been the main cause of insecurity over the past 50 years.
Yep.
It is not possible to establish security in the region without America's exit from the Persian Gulf.
Tonight, the Israeli cabinet is expected to meet for a consultation about the next steps in this conflict. Shannon?
Was NATO's bombing of Serbia strategic bombing? In a limited sense, yeah. Usually strategic bombing is more widespread than what happened with Serbia. But the range of targets was definitely a little bit more indiscriminate than it would need to be to be considered like tactical or you know, non-strategic bombing. I think we definitely did hit some unnecessary targets in Serbia for sure.
Thank you very much. Joining us now, Brent Sadler, retired U.S. Navy captain and senior research fellow with the Heritage Foundation. Good to have you in with us this morning.
Yeah, good morning, Sharon.
Okay, so let's start here. We want to talk about Karg Island because for a lot of folks a couple of weeks ago, they'd never heard of this. They didn't know what it was. But the president said we hit them hard on Karg Island. It's where all of this, most of their exports of oil transit through here.
Yep.
We've hit their military installations.
Yes.
We're told not yet hit their oil infrastructure, leaving that in place.
Yes, I mean, Karg Island is 90% of the throughput point for all of the Iranian petroleum products that they produce. And China has a lot to lose if that's cut off. The military facilities there, I think, were mostly in place to try to defend against these type of attacks. So I think what really is being sent is a message to Tehran that the United States can reach out and touch those facilities if it so chooses, and that there's more to lose, not only in Tehran, but more importantly in Beijing, if Iran continues on the path it's on.
Yeah, so let's talk about that because we'll go to our next map here that tells us just how important the strait is. We know this.
That kind of indiscriminate bombing is called terror bombing. I want to be clear that like a lot of this terminology is getting more difficult in the modern day. It's really, really, really difficult to fight a war without killing civilians. It's impossible. And if you are the invading country, you have to make some pretty tough decisions about what you can consider like a fair target. Ukraine, we talked about this a lot in the context of Ukraine. Ukraine has struck civilian infrastructure in Russia, but I think it's fine because the civilian infrastructure is also critical military infrastructure. Like, there's just no way to do a war without civilian casualties. And if you try to, you'll lose because you're basically saying like, well, I'm not going to hit any targets ever because there's always a chance a civilian gets hurt. You can't really do it. You just have to try to make responsible choices. Like a good example on the far end of things would be Israel. Israel just fucking kills people. Israel just hits apartment buildings and elementary schools and hospitals for fun. Like that's on the very far end of like, they obviously just want death. Israel just covets death. They'll just kill journalists, medics, hospital, everything. They just kill. It doesn't matter. Just they love death, bathed in the blood. Who cares? And then on the other side, like, I don't know what a more accurate comparison would be, but like during the Gulf War, during Operation Desert Storm, and I'm speaking broadly here, very broadly, for the most part, our aggression was directed against the Iraqi military. Like, there were civilian deaths, right? And the highway of death and so on, some stuff. But by and large, on the battlefield, we were organized in a very deliberate way to mostly go after the Iraqi military, which for the most part we succeeded. Then you have like Vietnam. Vietnam, we just fucking killed people. Vietnam, we just straight up killed people. You had GIs going into random villages, throwing grenades into huts. I mean, just a lot of people. Lot of people. Melvash, you killed around 2 million in Iraq. During Operation Desert Storm? You might be mixing a few things up, my friend. Why isn't war illegal? One day. I thought strategic bombing was where you bombed economic centers indiscriminately to reduce industrial output. Yeah, that's always been like the two big arguments for strategic bombing are you lower their economic output by reducing their ability to produce weapons, and you demoralize the population. And oftentimes it just doesn't work. The reasons being that in terms of like dealing with insurgencies, oftentimes you don't even need to produce weapons domestically. There are already so many guns out there. I know it sounds kind of dumb, but like the Taliban don't need to build their own guns. There are like 1 billion old Cold War Soviet, Kalashnikovs that they can just in boxes for $5. Here's a fucking pallet full of them. There's not really any like domestic industry to speak of there with regard to like military production. And secondly, it doesn't really work to demoralize people that much. It mostly just makes them really, really mad, It mostly just makes civilians really angry because you're like killing their families and stuff for no reason, which isn't great. I think that's bad, in my opinion. Strategic bombing doesn't sound very sound strategically. Well, that's because it's a euphemism that was created by the military to justify killing civilians, I don't know. I feel like we kind of got the wrong idea from our occupations in Germany and Japan in World War II, because those were like the last times that we were able to do regime change and nation building. You know, the problem is you need, the big difference, it's not just about how many resources that you commit to the cause, it's also the narrative, because objectively with Germany and Japan, we were dethroning evil regimes that had initiated the violence. Germany started the war in Poland. Japan attacked us in Pearl Harbor. We had like an unambiguous narrative of moral rightness that provided clarity. And I think it cuts through a lot of the messiness of like insurgency, you know? I think that's the reason why there wasn't a fuck ton of insurgency after, say, Japan surrendered. Because a lot of Japanese soldiers were crazy propaganda brained. Like every US soldier is a devil and they'll eat your babies or whatever. But like you were able to get a really clear narrative. You started it, we're finishing it, we're taking down your regime, your emperor gets to live, and like you surrender, and that's that. And afterwards you stay and you build things up. And I think because Japan and Germany were already relatively well developed, well, they were very well developed, they were both industrialized countries, versus like Afghanistan and Iraq, which are not super well, Iraq more so than Afghanistan, but it really varies with Iraq. Complicated country. Afterwards, it's like, you know, there's already so much internal fragmentation within the country. A lot of people already hated Saddam. Do you think maybe the popularity of Hitler and the emperor were what made the difference? Because if a bunch of people didn't like Hitler or the emperor within Germany and Japan respectively, after they surrendered, a bunch of their citizens would be like, well, fuck them. Now it's our turn, bucko. But because there was like national unity in Germany and Japan, we were able to like decapitate the whole ambition at once. Their ambitions were locked in with their governments. And as soon as their governments were gone, now like we fill the void. Whereas with Afghanistan or with Iraq, it's like, oh, Saddam's down? Well, good thing our real fucking leader is glorious Allah. Time to form ISIS. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's very complicated. Nation building is so difficult. Regime change is so difficult. It's so hard.
But how much transits through there? You talked about Asia. Obviously, I think it's about 80% of Iran's oil heads to Asia. And so they've got an interest in what's going on here on so many different levels.
Well, actually, 80% of everything that exits the Strait of Hormuz, the energy, that's LNG as well as petroleum, heads to Asia. Now, a few of our key treaty allies, like Japan and South Korea, benefit mightily from that trade that comes out of there. But China is the biggest customer. So China has the biggest worries, and they have long supplies or lines at the pump. And as a kid, I remember this in the 70s.
Yeah, Masaigu, but that only works because those governments had total legitimacy to their own populations, you know? If the Japanese military cabinet and emperor were super unpopular with Japanese people, if they had surrendered, I think a lot of Japanese people who didn't already like those governments would have been like, fuck it, we ball. They surrendered, but we didn't, you know?
Crisis, so it's their turn right now. But yes, Asia is the biggest benefactor of that trade.
Yeah, I do remember that too. We're dating ourselves, but sitting in the car, I remember my parents waiting in line, and it was based on the number on your license plate, which day you can get in line to get gas. And so,
the gas
yeah,
rationing.
That's something that others are going to experience now. Now, I want to get to this issue about their enriched uranium and us trying to get our hands on it. There's been a lot of focus on this place called Pickaxe Island. It's part of, Pickaxe Mountain. It's part of the nuclear facilities there. We don't know if that's where the uranium is. There's a lot of suggestion that it is. But this is
I mean, the vast majority of Japanese soldiers and Navy men were dead by that point, too. Oops.
Tough place to get to. We understand they've been fortifying this bunker as well.
Yeah, so it's about a mile south of Natanz, which is a well-known site for enrichment of uranium. The IAEA, during the previous inspection routine, a regimen that they had under the JCPOA, was never allowed access to this site. So the Iranians treat this with a lot of sensitivity.
I must have hit the unmute button.
It is deeper than the other sites that were attacked last summer in Midnight Hammer. So operationally, if the United States military was given the order to go out and reach and touch this place, it's a different nut to crack. Not impossible. Boots on the ground are one of the options to actually get in there. but it may not be necessary if at least you isolate it by closing off the access points.
Okay, and to that point, the Wall Street Journal says this: if U.S. bombers can't reach deep enough, even with massive ordnance penetrators, then the job will have to be done on the ground. This could involve special forces raid or some other operation once Iran's military is weakened further. They say the only option more dangerous is to do nothing, leaving it for the regime to enrich uranium behind a shield again. But you said it may not be necessarily that we have to take it, but at least block access.
Absolutely, and certainly keep it under complete 24 hours, 7 days a week surveillance. That might require some human intelligence around the site, of course. There's certainly a large and probably even growing disaffected Iranian population that might be willing to provide that information. But a sensitive site nonetheless, one that needs to be watched. It is one of the legacy items of the lingering, still existing Iranian nuclear enterprise.
I gotta say, a lot of very hesitant, faltering analysis from the superpower that supposedly ended the war within a couple of days, no? Isn't that interesting? I think it's interesting. It's only going to get worse, man. I know what I'm going to title this segment. Should we nuke the Strait of Hormuz? Fox News commenters lose their mind, or something like that. New video, Iranian cluster bomb explodes in Tel Aviv. Damn, critical hit. That's fucked. Fucking Fetterman. Oh, right, the upcoming invasion of Lebanon.
While Israel continues its air campaign against Iran, new reports indicate it is preparing a massive ground invasion against the Iran-backed terror group Hezbollah in Lebanon. Chief correspondent Jonathan Hunt has the latest from here in London. Jonathan, what more can you tell us?
Good evening, Brian. Israeli strikes have been pounding Hezbollah in Lebanon for almost 2 weeks now in the south of the country, from where Hezbollah has for years launched rocket attacks against Israel, and in Beirut, where the group has long had a stronghold in the city's southern suburbs and where many Hezbollah leaders are based. The group, of course, is closely tied to and funded by Iran, and thus has been a frequent target for Israel in a 2006 war, for instance, and in the years since the Hamas-led attacks of October 7th, an intricate and devastating Israeli operation, you'll remember, involving exploding pagers, targeted Hezbollah leaders in 2024, killing and maiming an estimated 1,500. And Israel now appears determined to finish the job of dismantling Hezbollah.
The problem is that the Lebanese government, they say the right things against Hezbollah, against Iran, but they don't apply sovereignty. They don't take control over southern Lebanon, and Hezbollah uses this area to launch rockets into Israeli communities. So we have no other choice. If the Lebanese government will not make sure that Hezbollah is restrained, we will have to continue.
But crushing Hezbollah once and for all will not be easy, given the resilience they've shown in the face of previous attacks, and it might well require a full-scale ground invasion from Israel, something that President
450,000 mobilized, or getting prepared to mobilize. Keep in mind the last time that Israel tried to invade Lebanon after October 7th, they did have to retreat shortly after. They did not like the casualties that they were incurring occupying foreign territory. Didn't get covered much in Western media for some reason. Well, yeah, it's because all they know is the tech, but they're so dumb and don't have experience. Well, yeah, the IDF is trained pretty much exclusively for murdering children. What's that jacket you're wearing? I'm wearing a leather jacket from a collaboration between Imogene and Willie and Shot NYC. When will oil futures open? I would like some more info about that myself. Right now, crude oil futures are all the way up to $97. Democrats are begging Trump for an Iran vision. Because Democrats are in favor of this war. By and large, they are. How much, genuinely, how much condemnation have you seen from the Democrats of the underlying principles of this conflict? Like not just, oh, he had no plan, but also, it's insane, Iran doesn't pose any threat to us. Kamala Harris said Iran was the greatest threat in the world to us. Iran doesn't have a single weapon capable of reaching the American soil. Not a single one. Oil markets open at 1500, 41 minutes from now. Okay, gotcha. 41 minutes from now. Not unless you consider Israel American soil, lol. It sounds like a joke, but genuinely, politicians talk like that. It's not even a joke. Like, it's sickening. Like, they actually talk like that. Like, they make statements that only make sense if you assume that Israel was American soil. It's crazy. There are rumors Syria might go into Lebanon to attack Hezbollah. I would be extremely surprised if that was the case. I wouldn't be. The new president's Israel's dog. I feel like the consequences of supporting Israel in any way would fracture Jolani's like shaky military coalition more than him doing anything pro-Kurdish. Apparently there's a coalition according to Trump. Well, yeah, but that's Trump. Trump plans to announce that multiple countries have agreed to form a coalition that'll escort you. Let me guess. The United States, Israel, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Uzbekistan, Eritrea, Turkmenistan, El Salvador, Argentina, Albania. Coalition of the Willing 2.0. Indonesia. Austria and its navy, yeah. You know, technically Mongolia has a navy. Do they have, like, a lake to put it in? Yes? All right, well, that'll do it. Now all they have to do is dredge a trench to connect that lake with the Persian Gulf, and they'll be able to help. Speaking of terraforming and navies, people talked about this yesterday. Taiwan reports large-scale Chinese military aircraft presence near island. The Defense Ministry detected 26 Chinese military aircraft around the island Saturday. We literally just removed not only a carrier fleet, but a Marine Expeditionary Force from the region. If China was ever going to take Taiwan, this would be the time. Or maybe in the near future, I don't know. Carrier fleet still in Japan at the moment. Didn't he pull a carrier fleet? Did he replace it with another one? Like he pulled a carrier fleet from Japan, but then replaced it with a different one? Different fleet? Okay, gotcha. America isn't crippled enough at the moment. I don't know if that's true, dude. We just removed our THAAD interceptors. This might be like one of the best time. Like, okay, if China invaded Taiwan right now, we could not stop them. We could not stop them. There is nothing. Well, we could do something. We still have a carrier fleet there, but it would not be enough. It would not be enough. Are we the only country that cares about Taiwan? Nah, South Korea and Japan also don't want to see Taiwan fall to China. And there are others, but like those are probably the main ones. Yeah. People forget how close China is to Taiwan. Yeah, no kidding. Live UA map Taiwan. It's an almost indefensible position. Here in Europe, we don't give a fuck. Well, you guys are fucking lazy anyway. Fuck you. Is there a reason China wouldn't? It would be a problem. Like, they would not be able to roll over Taiwan easily. Even a blockade around Taiwan would be extremely difficult to maintain because even though it's just an island, like it's still a big island. You know, it's tough. It's difficult. The west coast of Taiwan is heavily urban. You'd have to dredge through a city every few kilometers if you're invading. Yeah, it's a very dense country. It would be a very, 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 very difficult country to occupy, but it would also be a very easy country to shell. It's kind of like, it's like the problem with invading Iran, except if you condensed it all the way into an island that's like 50 miles long at its longest. You know what I mean? Like you have an incredibly dense urban and mountainous terrain, but then also it's small enough that you could shell the fuck out of it. Which wouldn't take the island. It would make the world very unhappy with you. Wouldn't it also destroy the semiconductor market, which would screw the world economy? Yeah! That's all going towards AI anyway, you know? Who cares? The ministry detected 26 Chinese military aircraft around the island on Saturday, with 16 of them entering its northern, central, and southwestern air defense identification zone. 7 naval ships were spotted around the island. That's why small numbers. Well, hopefully nothing comes of this. South China Sea ships. I saw another article on this. Thousands of Chinese boats massed at sea, raising questions. People were saying a bunch of like fishing boats or civilian boats have been massing in the sea. And coordinated actions, experts believe, are part of Beijing's preparation. I don't know how true that is, though. Or I guess I should say I don't really know what that means. I don't know why that would happen. And I can only see a couple articles for it. Yahoo News, Times of India. So I don't know. I don't know if that means anything. Wonder if I can find a good video on this. China, Taiwan. Give me something roasty. Give me something toasty. God, so much bullshit, conspiracy bait, fucking slop. So many of these videos are terrible. Is this in English?
Seven naval vessels operating near Taiwan between Saturday and Sunday morning. 16 of the aircraft came close to Taiwan's main island. The increase in activity follows several days of little to no aircraft.
I found out the problem. The cuff from my jacket is heavy enough that when I reach forward and pull back, it hits the keys on my keyboard. That's funny.
Detected near Taiwan. This follows the conclusion of China's 2 sessions, its annual plenary meetings. A Reuters report says that
nice jacket.
Officials in Paraguay,
Little too
Taiwan's
tight.
last diplomatic ally in
but-
South America, have visited China in a bid to sway them away from Taiwan. China has invited over 19 Paraguayan lawmakers, one presidential hopeful, and
Nah, this barely covers it. Okay, I'm going to assume it's not that big of a deal. If there was a really big deal about a bunch of Chinese warships moving around Taiwan, I think there'd be more coverage of it. I just don't know that much. I don't know enough about what China's doing in the South China Sea to confidently make predictions. All I know is that I don't want China to invade Taiwan. Though at this point, if they did invade Taiwan, I hope America doesn't get involved just because we'd lose and then we'd be the loser. China's not going to invade Taiwan, Vosh the Mao. I don't know. They've been saying they want to and been preparing for it for like decades and decades, so it kind of seems like they want to. Let's not be complacent. I mean, Russia did it with Ukraine. People denied that as well. God damn, look at how interconnected China is. Look at this shit, man. This is fucking look at that. They've built so much. Taiwan will willingly sign over to China when the US collapses. I mean, that seems unlikely, but even if they did do that, that would be bad. That'd be like France surrendering to Germany. Like that would suck. Like that would just be because a massive imperial superpower right on their front doorstep overwhelmed them and their allies fell apart, you know? I feel like that would be really sad. Like if China attacked Taiwan right now and Taiwan surrendered and allowed China to annex them, I guess I would be happy only because it would reduce the loss of human life, because I guess that right now I would assume it's a foregone conclusion anyway, but that wouldn't be me. I wouldn't be happy that China annexed Taiwan. I'd be happy that China didn't violently occupy Taiwan in a bloody conflict, you know? But I don't know. I don't know. Does China actually want to make the Taiwanese suffer? No, it's not really about that. I think it's that, so for the past, 4,000 years, China has been really, really, really committed as a people or as a culture to Chinese unification. Like, basically, the whole history of the civilization of China has been one of, like, unifying the population. It goes back very far, and it's so complicated, and I don't know everything, but I know that's very important to them. And ever since the Chinese Civil War and Mao taking over and so on, they have been obsessed with sort of undoing their humiliation at the hands of the West and the Chinese national government by retaking Hong Kong, which they did, right? And retaking Taiwan. I don't really think that the Chinese people hate the Taiwanese people. I think they just see them as an antiquated holdover. They see the Taiwanese the way it would be like if the Confederate States of America had a breakaway and they took over, like, I don't know, part of the Caribbean, and then they just stayed there for decades. You know what I mean? Like, the rest of the Confederate States surrendered, the Union, it reconquered everything, right? But then, like, just as a holdaway, just right off Florida's coast, you have the Confederate States. Now, the problem is that Taiwan is not the Confederate States, and they are right now objectively less Hitlerite than China. So it would kind of be like if it was the Confederate States, but now today that like Confederate holdover state was hyper woke. So we, the chud Donald Trump-led United States, want to take over the woke former Confederate. It's Taiwan isn't woke, no, but compared to China, it is objectively more socially and politically free than China is. That is true. Dog, it has nothing to do with culture or unifying Taiwan. It's just a key interest because it would let them project power in the Pacific. Of course, but it's absolutely also about cultural unification. That's like a huge narrative in the Chinese, for the Chinese government and for its people. Like that's, yeah, it's a very big deal to them. It's like their main, like China's not going to admit the reason they've wanted Taiwan all this time is because it gives them a reasonable claim to the fucking South China Sea or whatever, you know, like to extend their borders. Because that's like, yeah, that's what every imperial country wants. More land, more borders being extended further. Every country says that, or every country wants that. There's a greater national narrative here. Yeah, but that's just what they tell the people, I mean. Yeah, but like the perceived reason for it is still important. America and Germany were both imperialist expansionist nations at times, but they had very different narratives. The narrative matters. And if you beat the narrative, you make it harder to get away with the expansion. Like without Lebensraum and Aryan supremacy, it's harder for Hitler to justify to the German people that they need to invade the world. And without like the Manifest Destiny, you know, white man reach the coast, Garden of Eden bullshit or whatever, it's harder for America to justify all the fucked up stuff they did to the natives. You do have to acknowledge the narrative, right? The narrative's important. Oftentimes the narrative is more important than the real politic, you know? You're missing that the Confederate island would also be a front for USA's geopolitical enemy. The problem that I have with that is that Taiwan just is not threatening China. It's just not real. If Taiwan was like the base of operations for a hyper-Hitlerite, like Western envoy that was constantly fucking undermining and destroying China, then that would be one thing. Like if they were Israel, you know? But they're not. They're not. Taiwan poses no threat to China, and they're just sitting there building semiconductors and, yeah, you know, doing whatever. They're just not a threat. If Taiwan did represent some kind of Israelite-esque threat to China, then this would be more complicated, and I would maybe have like different opinions on it. But that's just not where we are. Same way Ukraine didn't pose a threat to Russia. Ukraine didn't pose a threat to Russia, but like Taiwan is an order of magnitude more unthreatening than Ukraine was. At least Ukraine being part of the economic EU like trading bloc would have further cut Russia out of their former Warsaw Pact economic alliances. But in China and Taiwan's case, they trade with each other, and also China trades with the whole world. So there's not even like I guess opportunity cost that you're losing out on because Taiwan being allied with the West cuts you off from trade there. Taiwan and China should be friends. They should be. They in a sane, reasonable world, they should be, you know? They should both be like, okay, there's one China and one Taiwan, let's get over this shit, let's just be normal. And then that would be that. Like, there's no reason why they couldn't do that. Except for the national narrative. Also, China's passing ethno-nationalist legislation. Yep, China is not woke. Many such cases, I'm afraid. Not woke. Like I said, China's really, really big on the national unification bit. That's why they were doing the Uyghur Muslim cultural genocide in the Xinjiang province. Like, they're very, very, very obsessed with everyone in China being like Han Chinese, everyone's together, same time zone, same people, same language, same customs, same culture. I think it was the only way China could survive as a single entity back like 10,000 years ago or whatever, back when the only way to get a message from one half of the empire to the other was via horseback and it takes 3 months. But nowadays, I don't know. At some degree of federalization beyond what the CCP already allows is probably necessary. It is a fascistic mindset, for sure. One land, one people. I mean, that's about as straightforwardly, you know, they're really about monoculture, which is why they have a closed internet. Yeah, no, that is the reason why, or that's one of the big reasons why. There are lots of countries out there that hate the West or that that are authoritarian. China's unique with their, you know, their Great Firewall. They want to be like culturally distinct. They don't really hate the West. Nah, they don't really hate the West. I just think they want to remain like a distinct cultural entity. And they understand that the greater the degree of cultural unification, the more likely they are to sort of like a corrosive influence. Of course, the big joke is that like all of the upwardly mobile parts of China are already experiencing a high degree of Western cultural influence because obviously the wealthier and more educated you are in China, the more likely you are to send your children to American universities, or to keep up with American culture, American movies, to go see the American internet or whatever. So like there's literally no way to prevent cultural osmosis. It is not possible. You can't do it. They will end up we will all end up kind of like merging anyway. So I guess my point is that, like, I hope they don't invade Taiwan, you know? That's my main point, I think. That's a dense country. I can't stand some leftists pretending it's culturally acceptable to be queer when the hate crimes against them and the marginalized are very apparent. It does really bother me when people seemingly just out of like raw team sports campism pretend that China is more woke than it is. I don't know why. Like why aren't we in reality right now? Like, it is by and large a reactionary country. America is by and large a pretty progressive country in a lot of ways, certainly when compared to China. Like, just deal with reality, right? I don't think that's innate or fundamental or that we have to invade them to fix it, but don't like, you know, don't go crazy with it. Not as reactionary as Iran, though. No, that is true. And let it be known, the People's Republic of China is less reactionary than the Iranian Islamic theocracy. That is true. You know, it's a wacky, it's a big world out there. Big world. Big world. Big world. You get me. If you go to Taiwan, you'll see there's Chinese writing everywhere, and the folks all speak Chinese. It seems very Chinese. Well, I mean, yeah, they live right next to each other, and they came from China, like, pretty recently. There's a lot of Spanish in America. Canada speaks English. I don't think you should get to invade neighboring countries because they share your language. I think it's actually good when neighboring countries share languages. You know, I think that's pretty good. I love it. I love multiculturalism. All men are my brothers. Do you consider Taiwan a settler colony? You mean because of the when the Chinese national government moved over here and took all the gold and stuff with them? I actually don't know many details about that. My guess would be yeah, because like, well, hold on, wait, settler colony? No, definitionally it can't be a settler colony. It's pretty well integrated at this point. You know, what is Taiwan a colony of, you know? It might have been a settler colony a long time ago. Basically everywhere on Earth was at some point. But yeah, I don't know the details. They were Aboriginal Taiwanese. So probably at some point, I bet you Taiwan was a settler colony. But when the Chinese came, when the Chinese national government came over, I think that probably not by that point, no. Maybe I'm wrong, though. I'd have to learn more about it. By that logic, half of China's a colony? Well, there's a difference between a place being a colony and a place having benefited from colonialism. Like, America is not a colony. Well, that doesn't even make sense. What are we a colony of? We're America. Like, our borders are settled. It's done. We did it. We were a colony from the British, but a colony describes the relationship between like the home country and the colonized country, you know? It's not quite the same as a country being like imperialist or being colonial, you know? Is America still colonial? Yeah, to an extent, I would argue. It seems like it's pretty much a settled matter. There's not really like an ongoing war for land with the Native Americans, much as, you know, we would all support them in that endeavor. But yeah, we're certainly not a settler colonial project. Now, Israel is, because Israel is 100% still an ongoing effort to transplant Jews from America and like Eastern Europe and stuff into land in the Middle East and displace the indigenous people from that population. This is like an ongoing project, and right now they're fighting for it. They're fighting over the borders. They're actively trying to build out that. But if Israel won like 1,000 years from now and there was still an Israel, that wouldn't be a settler colonial project at that point. It would just be a colonial state, or like a state that engaged in colonialism. I think it's important to distinguish between like the active process and the historical context, because if you go back far enough, of course, basically everywhere on Earth is a colonial project. Pretty difficult to find ethnic groups or religious groups or racial groups that literally never moved from where they started. I don't even know what that would mean. Where are the indigenous people of Germany? I mean, Jesus, which people, right? Aren't the German state under Bismarck, that was like a amalgamation of a bunch of Holy Roman Empire, like mini kingdoms, and then a lot of those they were called barbarians by the Romans, but we're talking about like a wide range of ethnic groups, right? Going back a while. Yeah, I don't know. It's complicated. You're unironically doing the pro-US argument? How? What do you mean? The U.S. is a settler colonial state. 99% of its territory is not under indigenous control. I don't think you were listening to my definitions or how I was explaining things. I like what you just said was answered by previous stuff I already said. So I'm just going to assume that if you're interested in my answer, you'll have to rewind. Historical ethnic map of Germany. These maps never really like describe the full situation either, because borders didn't exist back then. There weren't really borders. It was more like very ambiguous and overlapping zones of population distribution, which we just don't have like accurate historical records on. Europe in the year 1600, and this is 1600 too. Like this is nowhere. This is not even remotely. Why is it so low res? 1600 is not that far back. You know, you could go 1,000 or 2,000 years. Political map too. Yeah, I have no idea. I mean, I guess the point that I'm trying to make that I don't feel the need to substantiate is that it's unfathomably complicated. You know, that's the only point I'm trying to really step on here, which is just that shit's really, really complicated, and I don't really know if there's a way to properly pencil it out. In God's honest truth, the reason like all of China is Han Chinese today is probably because one small tribe of people won out over another small tribe of people like 8,000 years ago, right? Like at some point there were two groups of 300 people, and the group that would later be called the Han Group won, and because of that, then they met that tribe and this tribe and and then it's like the Greater Han Chinese Project or something. It all goes back so far. You can't seriously equate the history of Germany with history of the U.S., right? Mr. DNA, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I have no idea. That's literally all of human history. Yeah, not always that small, but yes, pretty much. Can we allow a little bit of informed simplification when talking about like literally the anthropology of the human race? Is that okay? Can we just a little bit? Can we allow just like a little bit of simplification? Well, that's not the total story. I know that. I acknowledge that. It's very complicated, and I don't know everything about it. I don't know if anyone does. I certainly couldn't explain it with any more nuance if I tried. Maybe a little bit more nuance, but not like a huge amount of nuance. It's okay, DeQueen. It's okay. All right. The message of this, the lesson here is, I really hope China doesn't invade Taiwan. There we go. It's fair pitch, right? 12 minutes till the oil markets catch up. To be fair, settler colonialism only really makes sense in the modern era with the concept of national identity and economic extraction. It doesn't make sense if you go back 2,000 years. Well, the Roman Empire certainly had colonial settlements, 100%. But we did think of it differently back then. You know, we did think of it differently. Also, the difference between the modern state and empire, very different things, you know? Which is odd. We expect the oil price to drop, right? They just released oil reserves. My assumption is that the futures are probably going to drop by about $5. Then again, the news that they were releasing the reserves did take place before market close. But dude, if you think that like internet incels are nothing ever happens pilled, investors are the most nothing ever happens pilled people on earth by far. This is their fucking morning lesson every day. They get up, they slick their hair back, and they all attend a course where it's this fucking guy giving them a lecture, okay? They do not think anything is ever going to stop the money pipeline from giving them more money. It's just a nonstop drip feed, you know? Yeah, totally disconnected from reality. Absolutely, completely disconnected. So we'll see. Thank you, Kizaris. You know, even just in the time that I've been wearing this jacket today, I feel like it's loosened up a little bit. I feel like it's getting a little bit more like, a little more free. Does it maybe look, well, okay, never mind. I was about to ask, does it look a little more free? But I don't want to, you couldn't even know. You couldn't know, and it's not fair. Fair assessment. It looks really tight. Well, it is a trucker jacket. I mean, it's meant to be like tight fitting. Yeah, for sure. How long does it take to break in? A good leather jacket, potentially months. If you sleep in them, you can hasten the process. Unlike denim, there's no way to really speed up the process, though. With denim, you can throw something in the dryer for a little bit, or you can, like, wear it in the shower. Don't wear it in the shower. Don't do that. Hey, love. You think so? Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Hug? Yeah, of course. I love you. Here. Hug my leather jacket. Doesn't protect me from love. Mwah. Good luck. There's a wear in the bath method, but leather and water don't work. No. Do not get your leather jacket wet. I mean, it's fine if you wear a leather jacket like in the rain for a bit or whatever. It's not going to be destroyed unless it's suede. It depends. Check your care label. Somebody earlier said you stand up like a Discord mod. Thoughts? Well, because I'm still hunched because I'm stepping out of the chair when I get over here. What do you? Here, sorry. Let me just. Does your back hurt? Always. Yeah, you don't want to. You don't want to. The main reason I hunch, by the way, is because I'm usually looking at chat when I get up, so I'm looking down at this monitor right here that I'm pointing at. Wait, those pajamas with that jacket, Lamau? Yeah, unfortunately, I haven't bought any new pants in a long while because I'm trying to lose weight right now, unsuccessfully. And I don't want to buy any pants at my current weight because then they'll be it won't work when I lose weight. So I don't have any like jeans that are comfortable when I'm sitting down. Well, they're decently comfortable when I'm sitting down, but they're not like I would lounge in these. I would like some loungy jeans for sure. For sure, Convent Spark, yeah. You already look pretty fit. I'm impressed. I'm really not. I'm really not. I just have broad shoulders. But will you wear leather pants, lol? No, but I think I would enjoy getting some tight black jeans to accompany some of the clothes that I wear. Like for the club. If I'm out at the club, some nice, like, straight leg black jeans and a black leather jacket and then, like, a graphic tee. Oh, yeah. That's the... Ooh. That's good. The club. Wait, straight leg is not tight? Yeah, maybe like straight slim. I'm not entirely sure. Not skinny jeans, but, you know, who wears those anymore? What about, hold on, doesn't hold on. Buck Mason jeans. I'm pretty sure they have some black slim jeans that I think are a good representation of the form, you know? Their Japanese denim Ford standard jeans are great. But guys, we're not done with politics. The oil market's open in 7 minutes. I think these look good. Their Japanese denim jeans are great. This, to me, this is like a slim straight. I think that this looks great. You know? You need to have the body for it because the goal is to have kind of a straight, uninterrupted swoop of the fabric. I have nothing against these. Not all pants have to be big and baggy. you know? Slim black jeans are like a classic. I mean, a classic thing to wear with a leather jacket. Just trying to see. I also don't mind slim jeans. Here, these are slim. Look at that. My opinion, this looks good. It's, oh, look, in the Western belt. There, that's the metal tip Western belt. In my opinion, looks great. It's really just about making sure they fit you properly, getting the build out properly. That's all, you know? And then they also have this. And these are their cowboy cut, also in Japanese denim. See? A little bit higher waisted. Got kind of a little bit more flare down here by the boot. Look at how beautifully broken in these boots are. This to me, whew, that's great. Yeah, this is the Wrangler cowboy cut. This looks almost exactly like the cut the Wranglers have had historically. Though modern Wranglers are not good. Do I want a coffee? Yeah, I'll have a coffee. Yeah, here. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. My tree trunk legs can't wear these. Yeah, it does kind of rely on you being a bit slim yourself, but you can get jeans that still have that fundamental curve, even with bigger thighs. Like, I think these jeans look great. You can accommodate wider thighs in these. My thighs are big. Oh, I'm just showing stuff. That's all. That's all. And waiting for the oil markets to open. (1950s) German shooting leather. Nice. Okay. I'm a slim guy, but I can't stand slim jeans. Got thicker thighs. Look, there are good versions of basically everything out there. I don't think that skinny jeans from the 2000s look very good, but I think that's like tight jeans from the 1980s look great. Like the kind of stuff you'd see glam metal people wear. I think a lot of that stuff looks really good. Like if I look at dye workwear skinny jeans, I think he's talked about this. That's nostalgia? Well, no, it's because they were different. They looked different. They were different. They were different cuts. They were built differently. Yeah, here's an example. Black skinny jeans have a history in rock and roll. So when you have people like this is a leather motorcycle jacket, boots, and some skinnier jeans. I think it looks pretty great. You think this doesn't look good? I think it looks pretty good. Admittedly, this person's pretty slim himself, but like, you know, they are skinny jeans. That's kind of the body type that they accommodate. I think stuff like this looks great. It's just a matter of understanding the language of clothing. I think this looks stellar. If you disagree, listen, this is a fucking look. You see a guy walking around looking like this, you know he's got his shit on. And these are skinny ass jeans, but he knows what he's doing. A zipper down here around the cuff so that you can accommodate some big fucking shiny ass boots, and then a big motorcycle leather jacket. This guy fucks. Yeah. So don't hate the skinny jeans too. Okay, this is provided as a bad example because this is being used in like a semi-formal business context, and this is like a punk rocker look. That's you can see in the text here that it's meant to show. Yeah, not to mention the proportions. Fair enough, I just prefer some room in the crotch. No, for sure. It just depends on what you're buying. There are good jeans out there that will accommodate that, you know? Yeah, this is the juxtaposition. This is why people often say skinny jeans look bad, because here you have some just utterly emasculating, low-rise, semi-business casual, paired with orange boots and an orange belt and like a suit jacket and like a polyester tee. Like all of this, nothing here works. This works great. That's all. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying, like, don't hate the fundamental characteristics or anything, you know, understand that there's variance in... Wait, hold on. Where do you get your graphic tees? I'll tell you once I get some. Hold on. Oh, wait. Oh, wow. I don't disagree with that, DGG Forever, yeah. Can you show what actual hair metal bands look like? I mean, listen, okay? They knew what they were doing. All right. Is it time? Thank you, love. Thank you for making it up. Time for nothing? Time for nothing! Waiting for the markets to open. I expect them to go down a few dollars just because of our black-pilled nothing ever happens market. Yes, I have Spacebox, man. Did you see the How Money Works video on the private creditor lockdown? No. I need you to admit bathrobes are the superior at-home lounging wear. I don't think you should spend all day in bathrobes, for the same reason I don't think you should spend all day in pajamas. Even if you're lounging at home, you should have, like, pajamas or your bathrobe or whatever, but then, like, at some point, you should have comfortable, regular clothing. Yeah, I think it's just spiritually bad for you, for sure. It's like the clothing equivalent of having everything like doing your emails in bed and then eating in bed and okay, hold on, we're off to the races, folks. We have not in fact opened 5 down. We're at 100. 100.5, 100.56, 100.61, 100.55, 100.59. Do we have a 56? 100.56. Do we have a 57? 57. Do we have 164? 164. Panic sell everything, it's over. Panic sell everything, it's over. Oh yeah, this isn't even the Brent. We've got 105 for the Brent over here. Everyone buy. Guaranteed to hit 200 today. Don't take that as advice. It's not actually going to move that much, like, moment to moment. At the moment, at least, it seems like it's holding with a slight rise. While we look at this, I'm going to read some donos. Not because stream is ending, but because eventually it will, and then there will be fewer to read. Balor, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Shamrock, thank you for the $5. Please tell your editors that it's spelled straight and not straight. Oh no, did the editors... They have been putting out a lot of stuff lately. Did the editors put it out straight instead of straight? Straight the sexuality or the orientation rather than straight like the Strait of Hormuz? God bless them. God bless them. Here, let me check my recent videos. Is it on my main channel or on a secondary channel or... Oh, I see. Begs for help in the Hormuz Strait. I'll fix it. Save. Whatever. Still got a bunch of views. Fixed it. Appalachian Anarchist, thank you for the 5. I literally work in infrastructure, cybersecurity. Things are on high alert right now. Drone radar at substations are top priority. Yeah, it's. I would highly recommend that people watch some videos on energy infrastructure from Practical Engineering, because people really underestimate how hard it is to deal with, like, being serious. It would take a group of a couple dozen people, some weapons and explosives, and a moderate amount of terroristic bravery to shut down power for a majority of the country if they wanted to. There's so much power infrastructure, and it's so distributed all around the country, and it's such a big country that you could 100% do it. And that's very bad and very dangerous, but like, you need to know how fragile these systems are, because if things ever go really bad, like, we need backups. We need more energy infrastructure. We need like redundancies built into every system. 101. Bill Clinton's seller, thank you for the $5, was a PACP certified sewer inspector. Expensive areas of Vancouver still have wooden stave pipes and sanitary crossing with storm sewers. Ew. Many are unmapped. Grim. That's fucking crazy. Heck darn dang, thanks to the tier 1 sub. Zaid Overseer, thank you for the $5. Kamala could have easily broken from Biden on Gaza. LBJ's own VP broke with him on Vietnam when he was the Dem nominee in '68. They just hate you. Yeah. Or they're very cowardly, you know? Good Faith Goblin, thank you for the 4 gifted tier 1 subs. Really kind of you. And Knock Knees, thank you for the gifted 1 and 2 tier 1 subs. Bill Clinton Seller, thank you for the additional $5. And Lunum23, thank you for the 5. Please do more non-news segments. The Jiang and language policing are some of your best recent segments. Thank you. I really appreciate that. We had a great talk on language policing the other day, and I do want to cover more Jiang videos because it gives me the opportunity to engage a little bit more with the stuff he's talking about, but like a better version of it, I guess. At least I think it's a better version. I am nowhere near the like best source of information on anything regarding historical materialism, but damn, it is so informative, dude. Historical materialism is so useful. It's so useful. It's such an important way of, like, you should at least familiarize yourself with it so that you have it in your toolbox when trying to engage with the world. Because I'll admit to a bit of a taboo, if I may. I saw a recent debate. It was brought to my attention by chat between Destiny and Hutch, and it felt like it's like a lib thing. They're libbing at each other. They're throwing libs at they're libapulting lib bombs at one another. But I felt like, at least on Destiny's side, there's like a fundamental puzzle piece missing, and I don't know if it's possible for him or for anyone, I guess, of that political predisposition to look past it, you know? The idea that beyond the partisan distinctions of this country, beyond the behavior of the media or of any individual politician, there's an underlying current towards the interests of capital that everything flows back towards. And every push and pull that we see is like people playing at the surface of the water. Right? Like you enter the river and you're playing with your friend, you're splashing each other, whatever. You move this way, you move that way, but the current is always pulling. Always pulling. And I think that like a lot of what we're seeing right now, a lot of these insane developments, no rule of law, president can do whatever the fuck they want, open corruption, a lot of this stuff, it's not just incidental, and it's not like an accidental byproduct of Trump's idiosyncrasies. It's not just like, oh, well, he's a crazy guy, so, whatever, it's happening. It is either the consequence of or the deliberate like byproduct of this longer shift towards capital interests, And it's not a coincidence that it's happening here at the center of global capital, right? This is all the oligarchs, they fell in line, The 3 fucking guys that own all major media, they all fell in line. And I think like that, and then you look at it like, well, why isn't it? It's like, okay, underlying all these superficial arguments that we have, there are underlying battles that are being fought, and we are losing badly, and we're losing to some very stupid people because they're very, very powerful, Like Elon Musk, very, 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 very stupid, but he still bought Twitter for a tiny fraction of his wealth, leveraged out, And the world is worse for it, The Ellisons, I don't think the Ellisons are particularly smart. I just think they're wealthy. I really don't think there's much of a correlation between wealth and intelligence. Man, 101.5. Sheesh. And they're going to own the fucking world, Disney, I think, is owned by some smarter people because they're more traditionally into the management of business. But even then, like, how smart do you want your rulers to be, really? They're still on the other side. You get what I mean? Historical materialism is useful not just because it, I guess, leads you to agree with my conclusions, though I think it often does, but also because it gives you, in your toolbox now, you have the ability to understand, like, okay, why does it seem like the Democrats are so ineffective? Why does it seem like the Democrats are like hopelessly weak when it comes to the Republicans? They can barely even call out what they're doing. Why is it the Democrats, who, by the way, raise billions in campaign funding? It's not like they have no money and no expertise. They have very powerful and very intelligent consultants, media people. They have tons of money. Like, where does it go and what does it do? How is it that Trump was able to build such a national narrative in between January 6th and today, or I guess like up until the election, I suppose? How was he able to build such a powerful narrative when everything seemed stacked against him and he lost the presidency? Meanwhile, the Democrats never seem to use the bully pulpit properly, and they can never seem to convince media to work with them. Why does media work more with Republicans than Democrats on average? Fuck, even Democrat-aligned media feels like it's skewed towards Trump. Like, why does this keep happening? You know? And I think there are answers to it, but it involves criticizing the system at a more fundamental level than just like some Dems are weak and Republicans are more willing to be evil, even though that's true, right? Like, Republicans on average are much more evil than Democrats. I think that every Republican is an affront to God. I think there are plenty of good Democrats, even politicians. I think that there are Democratic politicians and consultants, even financiers, donors, who are fundamentally like fine. They're fine people, right? I don't know, like maybe a lot of them are good too, but they are trying to like actually manage the country. They are interested in management of the country, which is more than I can say about the Republicans. So why are they so weak? Why are they so bad at politics? You get me. I'm rambling. I think, you know, I think that like I've made my point, I suppose. You know. Fuck, that's good. Solid ramble. People have to ask themselves and others these questions. Yeah. At the very least, you need to have an answer to them, because when I was watching the conversation between Destiny and Hutch, it felt like that wasn't even on the table. Like, there's a fundamental look. We all agree that the Republicans are evil and they're fucking the country to death, man. Like, they are like really, really bad. Okay, I hold no water for arguments that minimize the evil Republicans represent. That's important, like step one stuff. But like, if you don't understand, or like, I guess you don't have an answer for why there's this schism in perceived effectiveness. I don't know. I'm just rambling. The answers to these questions are not that difficult. I feel like they aren't intuitive though. Like, you would never get the answer to these questions by engaging with mainstream political discourse. You have to go outside of the mainstream. Like, the idea that everyone, Democrats, Republicans, independent media, whatever, we were all like fighting and playing and moving around on top of a big ocean, and the ocean currents drag us, and the ocean current is called capital, and capital interests always seem to get their way on average. Stuff like that. They don't really talk about that in mainstream. You have to engage with it outside. Even then, I'm simplifying it massively here because I'm just trying to describe the general analytical tool rather than any specific application of it. This is my project, I guess. This is why I want people to pay attention, I guess, or why I'm so concerned. Like, this is what I want people to engage with in the long run. I want Democrats to understand why their party is so ineffective, why it seems like they should have a layup here. They do in the midterm, sure, but people, like, the Democratic Party itself is still very unpopular. Why? How are they so unpopular compared to like the Republicans? They're all fucking like child fucking rapist evil people, and the Democrats, there are bad Democrats, sure, but on average, how is the party struggling with its image so much? And there's some internal divisiveness that contributes to that, but by and large, I think it's the lack of a cohesive narrative, and the lack of a cohesive narrative, in my opinion, is because they're fighting uphill against a current that a lot of them kind of benefit from, and they rely on it, even if they're not consciously trying to, like, you know, betray the party. They're still not able to fully commit themselves against the evils that plague us. All right, sorry. I'm done rambling. I've been doing that way too much. I want people to have the answer. No, wait. I want people to be able to answer this question. There, that's kind of nice. So how about that, Brent? 106, or briefly, yeah, there, 106 and 101 for the for crude oil, yeah. Wouldn't a return to pre-Reagan and Thatcher economic policy basically remedy a lot of this? It would set us back a little bit in terms of how far along we are, but it would then things would just spiral out of control again and again. Keep in mind that like high taxes on the wealthy slow the disproportionate accumulation of wealth, but don't stop it. The ball is still rolling downhill. But yes, for sure we should have higher taxes. Yeah. What's up, Brent? He's a cool guy. Rhaegar99, thank you for the $5. Really enjoyed your convo with Kyle. Thank you. I'm happy to hear that. Yeah, I really enjoyed it too. Maybe I will be a little bit more social in the near future. Maybe. Maybe. Huggan Odinson, thank you for the $5. Need help with what to pair this tux with that isn't a full getup? Any ideas? I think it's pretty difficult. Hold on. It's pretty difficult to wear a tuxedo jacket with anything that isn't a tuxedo. Yeah, you're wearing like a conductor's tuxedo jacket. I have no idea what to wear this with. The only thing you could wear this with that wouldn't be a full tuxedo would be like avant-garde, basically. So I have no idea. I can't help you. I'm sorry. I'm not saying you can't make it work. I'm saying that you are doing something that breaks traditional menswear rules. So I don't know. I'm sure it's doable. Space Trireme, thanks to the tier 1 sub. Very, very happy to cover Taiwan, and I will again in the future. Shootbang, thanks to the tier 1 sub. Interesting segment. Jamie Bowie did a historical overview of liberalism. I have no idea who that is. But I like his jacket. Puzzle Dust, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Zionism better be in the DSM-6. Honestly, we have got to get, at the very least, like racism added. Jesus, Benjamin. All right. I'll mention, yeah, guys, if you want to join up, and you should, Progressive Victory is fighting to get Kat Abu-Ghazaleh in right now in Illinois 9, and I strongly encourage you guys to join up with that because I really want her to win. Really want her to win. Fuck, that's good. I've noticed lately Hassan has been openly saying we're owned by Israel. He used to say the opposite thoughts. I use a lot of hyperbolic language with Israel, but I've always been keen to clarify exactly what I mean. Israel doesn't own America, and America doesn't really own Israel. Israel is just the externalized bulwark of capital and military interest that we use as a wedge to act as a vice signal / like loyalty test to being in the in-group. The in-group being either an economic bloc or like the Christian evangelical doomsday cult. But I've said stuff like, you know, politicians bend the knee to Israel. I'm using it euphemistically. I don't think they're actually loyal to Israel in the sense that like they take orders from it. Rather, it represents the block of interest that they're loyal to. It's a subtle but important distinction. It's important for people to understand that like there is nothing Zionism, there's nothing Israel can do to control America. The people who control America are Americans in America who are loyal to Israel in the sense that they agree with the block of interest it represents, you know? Kat Abu-Vuvuzela, that's true. 101.6. It's actually going up faster than I expected. We'll see how it goes. I've never seen oil markets this tumultuous in my life. Curvy Driftwood, thank you for the $20. Dono to the editors. They've been working hard lately. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Two Drum Shark with the $5. V, that jacket looks great. When I started breaking in my 24-ounce rainbow weft denim jacket, I was nervous too, but get so many compliments on it now. 24-ounce denim jacket. Holy shit. What did you do to break it in? Wear it in through a car wash? Good Lord. That's sick, though. I bet that looks sick as fuck. What's your warp? Probably indigo, I'd imagine, for a jacket that expensive. To TJ, thank you for the $5. I promise to use your money to buy treats for my cat. South Texas Titan, thank you for the tier 4 sub. For your milkshake and your pomade, you vagrant. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. You know? I shouldn't have worn like a white tee underneath this because now it contributes so much to like the aesthetic, you know what I mean? Dude, it actually is feeling a lot more. It's feeling yeah. I'm feeling it. Okay. You just have to wear it in a little bit. Well, I had just 20 to 40 hours more of wearing it in, and it'll be like fully comfy, you know? I think you should wear some Hawaiian shirts to give off a chill vibe. Hawaiian shirt underneath a leather jacket is actually like an unrivaled, goated aesthetic. Like that, and then some like boot cut jeans or whatever, and you're given this like insanely like super cool. Awful take. Oh, you're gonna be sorry. You're going to be sorry. First of all, literally fucking Tyler Durden, okay? I don't know where you get your inspo fit pics from, but it's like, fuck off, okay? Nah, Hawaiian shirts with leather jackets look good as hell. Like the way the collars line up? Yeah, it gives that. But this is fictional and gay. Okay. You know, whatever. Just look at the fucking crude oil prices going up, okay? They're called Aloha shirts? Okay, Aloha shirts. Zaran Mamdani confronted by a Palestinian? That's not positive framing.
Politicians that constantly reaffirm Israel's right to exist, because people like me are constantly attacked by politicians for standing up for Palestine, and you are constantly defending the right for Israel to exist.
Okay, this person, didn't this happen before? Yeah, this is old. This guy was either mentally ill or like a grifter. Yeah. If you are an advocate for Palestine and you decide to go after one of the only politicians who's criticized Israel substantively, then you are just a grifter or mentally ill. But in community fighting or community infighting is pretty common, unfortunately. Mytha Poetic Simric, thanks to $10. Everyone, did you exercise today? The fascist did. Why haven't you? Well, I woke up and then started streaming because I slept in. It's Sunday. So I have not worked out yet, but I'll get there. Don't worry. Kowalski, thank you for the $5. 700,000 acres or just over 1,000 square miles of Nebraska grassland has burned, 0% contained. No kidding? Holy, I did not know that. I didn't realize there was an ongoing fire over in Nebraska. Yeesh. That is not good. Dead Empire? Yeah. That's not going to help the price of oil. Stake, thank you for the 521 subs. What I don't understand is why, despite having staff under the age of 40 and supposedly good media connections, 90% of Congress has bad audio when calling in. Genuinely, I don't know why either. It seems like it really bad to me, I guess, or unprofessional, that we don't have a stronger set of standards when it comes to like microphone and video quality for regular interviews or communication. You know, I don't know why that's the case. It should be embarrassing. They should consider it embarrassing. It's like they're celebrating the fact that they're 85 years old. Admiral Akbar, thanks to $5. Could you consider this? You might find his opinion on the Iran situation informative. I don't know who this is. Charlie Rose, 88% of Iran's won't change. 88%, huh? I've got a lot of videos on my to watch list right now is the issue. Like I'm really, really, really backed up and I'm trying my best to get through them, but I can't promise any more being added right now. I've always got a big backlist of like YouTube videos, explanations, video essays, Harvard lectures, stuff like that I try to listen to and keep myself active. And yeah, I have to pause on that. I'm sorry, no haterino, cappuccino, but I love you. Thank you very much, Thedono. I don't mean to be disrespectful. Zupper Nomad, thanks to tier 1 sub. I'm starting to get into menswear. Is there any place or creators I should start with? What I would recommend, honestly, is just find a person on YouTube or Insta who dresses the way you would like to dress, who has like a similar style, and then just watch them because they're going to talk about what they like and why. Make sure you don't fall for someone who just promotes brands. There are good brands out there, but make sure they're talking about the underlying logic of why they like what they like and what they think looks good. And just search around for a bit, you know? Try not to focus on starting with something that's like super over the top. If you're just getting into it, like the difference between a good and a bad fit with a t-shirt is absolutely massive. You know? Huge, huge, huge difference. Honestly, you can look better than 95% of the population if you just nail a jeans and t-shirt fit. Sometimes that's all it takes. To reinforce my point, let me go over to Buck Mason. The only store. It's just they have a lot of model pictures, so it's easy for me to make points with what they're saying. Let me see. Shirts to the tailoring, sweats, swim, denim. Here we go. Okay, here we go. I'm just going to use this as a basic example. See? This right here? I think he looks excellent. I think he looks better than like easily 95% of people I see out and about. And he's wearing a white t-shirt and jeans. And that's it. Just tucked in t-shirt, pull out the tuck a little bit. That's it. I think he looks great. And that's just about fit. That's just making sure the clothes fit you properly. And then you see here, look at this fit right here. It is literally high-waisted jeans. You can find jeans this high-waisted at like a vintage shop pretty easily. Levi 501s. T-shirt looks fantastic, in my opinion. T-shirt with a flannel over it and jeans. You know, it's just like the core here is just fit. So understanding the basic principles, like how stuff fits or how stuff is paired together. For Buck Mason models, the physique is the outfit, though. Strongly disagree. For one, I don't think that their physiques are super impressive here. Like, they are obviously both in shape, but like, I don't think that these are showcases of their physique, first and foremost. Like, I think that this guy would look just as good if he was chubbier. You know what I mean? I don't think that like this is just a fit that only works because they have muscles. Like, look at this guy right here, you know? Do they all have to be custom made to your body then? No. But a lot of cheaper or lower quality brands will make, in order to make their clothes fit the largest number of people possible, they will make their sizes really broad and blanket. There will be less specification, less customization. What you have to do is just get to learning like what fits you properly. And that doesn't mean you have to buy expensive. For some guys, a basic white Hanes t-shirt will look great on them. $5 for a 2-pack or whatever, maybe 10, I don't know, $10 for a 2-pack. For some people, Levi's 501s will look fantastic. Like, it'll just fit you properly. You just need to learn like how the clothes work on you, how they fit, how they fall. And then you don't have to, you know, it's not about going after the fancy pants brand. It's about understanding the logic. That's all. You get me. This slim belt looks awful with regular size belt loops. I think it's a specific look. Just saw this short for big boy fashion and fit. Sure, we'll look. What is this?
As a long torso big man, this is how I dressed every spring. But this year, this is how I'm dressing. And here's two things that
Hey,
changed
leather
everything
jacket.
for me. So this is just one example, but I'm gonna put a few other outfits I've done on the screen here while I'm talking. But the first thing is I started wearing my pants around my actual true waistline over my belly rather than
higher waisted pants helps a bunch.
Under it. I have a long torso, so almost every shirt that I would wear would be too short, and my belly would poke at the bottom, and it would really annoy me. So then I'd get a bigger shirt in order to wear it properly, but then that would look like crap and hide like pretty much any aesthetic I could possibly have, and also completely ruin the 70-30 rule or whatever it is. So this was a huge game changer. And then two was actually like trying.
Okay, doesn't show anything more. I think for me, the big thing here is the proportions in the trousers. Notice that for all of his pants, they fall down relatively straight. You see?
On the screen here while I'm talking.
Like his pants look like they fit properly. They have an uninterrupted, he's able to construct a deliberate silhouette. And that to me, that's like the fit line. A lot of people, they just wear stuff that like bunches and clings to certain parts. And it is harder to find stuff that fits properly when you're fatter, but he's pretty fat and that fits pretty damn good. You know? Like I today still wear pants that don't fit me as well as these pants fit him. So, what do you get from that, right? Who should you be listening to, him or me? It's just about understanding fit and about understanding you're trying to construct a silhouette. Also, people say that wearing high-waisted pants makes you look old. And like, does this guy look old to you because he's wearing these trousers higher to the belly button? Does this look like an old guy? Like he's got an old guy fit here? Come on. I don't get the silhouette thing. When you're wearing clothes, you're trying to construct a deliberate silhouette, like something that gives your body a specific shape. And you don't want to just like imitate the silhouette of your natural body. If you wanted to, you could just go out there and look like fucking just wear like leggings and skin tight everything. And it's like, oh, that's just your body shape. The goal is like you want to wear clothing that constructs a distinct silhouette, and that usually means that you want it to do its job without getting bunched up on your body, because where it's bunching up, that means the silhouette's being interrupted by the silhouette of your actual body underneath it. Clothes aren't just imitating your silhouette, you're building on top of it. Like remember those punk rockers that we were looking at before? Why are you calling him fat, you meanie? It's not a fucking insult. Sorry, I got distracted again. Still at 101. Sake, thanks the 5 tier 1 subs. I know the whole printout poster boards in Congress were to prevent scan lines from CRTs causing problems, but we have OBS now. Can they not use it? That might be a step too far. Expecting them to use screens in Congress. They'd react like tribal villagers thinking you're stealing their souls with photographs or something. Noah too cool for school. Thank you for the $5. You mentioned how your preference for cardigans went from oversized to fitted. I'm for relaxed fit personally. What aspect of fitted made you change your mind? I like relatively cropped jackets. The big thing for me is that I have wide hips. Okay, they're a little bit exaggerated right now because I'm wearing a very slim jacket and very baggy sweatpants. But you can literally see when I stand up, like I've got pretty wide hips. See? So if I wear a jacket that's too long, the hem of the jacket hits my hips and it buckles a little bit, potentially, depending on the shape of it. And I think it exaggerates the hips, which I personally don't prefer. So for me, I want my jackets to come up above where they would hit the hips, meaning that they sort of create a strong rectangular silhouette rather than one that emphasizes the width of my hips. Just my preference, And of course, that preference is built in the fact that I prefer a masculinized silhouette. But if I wanted to look more, not necessarily feminine, but more like curvy, I guess, then I would feel differently. And it really depends on what you're going for. You bought the jacket from Buck Mason? This jacket? No, it's from Imogene Willie. It just occurred to me that I never actually talked about the subject in the title. I'm so smart. Yeah. Let me talk about it, okay? I talked about this a little bit last stream, but I don't think I gave it the attention that it deserves. But Brendan Carr, who runs the FCC, the Federal Communications Commission, in response to this Trump Truth Social post, so let me read this. Yet again, an intentionally misleading headline by the fake news media about the 5 tanker planes that were supposedly struck down at an airport in Saudi Arabia and of no further use. In actuality, the base was hit a few days ago, but the planes were not struck or destroyed. 4 of the 5 had virtually no damage and are already back in service. So Trump is complaining. Trump complains that all coverage of his administration in this war effort that is negative is dishonest. 5 tanker planes were damaged by a strike. That is true. He's just whining that it was covered, essentially. And in response to Trump's whining, Brendan Carr, who runs the FCC, said this: broadcasters that are running hoaxes and news distortions, also known as the fake news, have a chance now to correct course before their license renewals come up. The law is clear. Broadcasters must operate in the public interest, and they will lose their licenses if they do not. And frankly, changing course is in their own best interests because trust in legacy media has now fallen to an all-time low of 9%, and our ratings disasters. The American people have subsidized broadcasters to the tune of billions by providing free access to the nation's airwaves. It's very important to bring trust back into media, which has earned itself the label of fake news. When a political candidate is able to win a landslide election victory in the face of hoaxes and distortions, there's something very wrong. It means the public has lost faith and confidence in the media, and we can't allow that to happen. Time to change. So Brendan Carr is threatening to revoke the news licenses of news companies that negatively cover any element of the Iran war, which is a phenomenal way of broadcasting, by the way, that the administration is terrified of how this is going to play out for Trump in the long run. Like, the idea that this is where they would stake their claim, they're essentially admitting it. That when things are going very, 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 very well, you know, we're only a couple of weeks into this and already we're threatening to just wipe off the map, just delete broadcasters who cover anything negative. It's such an insane play on their part. It's basically shooting themselves in the dick. I mean, to me, what it tells me is that this is Brendan Carr trying to get written in on the will. Let me lay this out for you. For one, this makes them look really bad. And any revocation of a broadcast license would be met with an unlosable lawsuit from the news company that files it. So they're not doing this shit. There's no way it works. For 2, it makes them look very weak. For 3, these broadcast licenses aren't up for renewal like anytime soon, which kind of suggests that they know this conflict in the Middle East is going to go down longer than they pretend that it is, you know? Like, if this was just meant to be a, quick 3-day special military operation, why are we threatening long-term consequences over coverage? I know that this is meant to be representative of, like, a broader issue with fake news, but, like, it really cements the idea, the widespread perception that this war could continue indefinitely with no exit strategy, right? In my opinion, Brendan Carr just hasn't done anything lately to get himself in the good graces of Trump. As we know, when you're close to Trump, you get to benefit from not only unfettered corruption, but also specifically insider trading. It seems like the closer you are to Trump, the more likely it is that you get the insider info necessary to make those trades before the market shifts. My personal guess, Brendan Carr is insecure and anxious over his position relative to Trump because it's been a while since he's done anything. He worries. Does Trump think disfavorably of me? Trump is complaining about the fake news here. I'm in charge of the fake news. This is kind of my, department, but I'm not doing anything. Is he worried? Is he mad at me? Have I been let in on the recent insider deals? That's what I think. I think Brendan Carr feels insecure about his position in the hierarchy. They fired Noam. It's true. For the first time, we saw real consequences for failure. Noam ruined everything in Minnesota, and as a consequence, she was removed, and now she runs that American Shield project that means nothing. And he lost to Kimmel. That's true. Has Brendan Carr done anything since he lost to Kimmel? Because that's the last time I remember him coming in the news. It was Kimmel. Has he done anything since then? Colbert? Yeah, I guess Colbert, and then that fucking backfired too. That's it. Literally, the last two things that he did were give a leg up to the opposition with really fucking stupid interventions with two late night TV hosts. No wonder he's feeling insecure. Good morning and God bless America. You said it, brother. Breitbart. Shaken in his oversized boots gifted by Trump. Do you think Brendan Carr also has oversized Oxfords given by Trump? Do you think, if he doesn't, do you think that means he thinks he's on the out? Like, do you think that it's like, oh, Trump didn't give you shoes? God, not a lot going on this page, huh? Kind of funny and ironic that you would run the Communications Commission and you would be like one of the quieter federal government pages on Twitter. Or in my Trumps right now? I always am. Do they even realize how desperate this makes them look? I know it's a shorter segment, but it's still important to cover. Well, I guess now I am free to finish up with the donos, aren't I? I didn't think I'd be doing a full 4-hour stream today. I'm looking at some more examples of constructing a good silhouette. These big chinos that Buck Mason sells, you know? Look at that. You can make this look good at a wide variety of rates. I mean, these are a big, look at that. Big. Grandpa fit? Well, it's popular now. You gonna watch the Oscars? No, I don't care for the Oscars at all. I will, like everyone else, I'll watch the clips on Twitter afterwards. How can I get into menswear without killing the wallet? That's a great question. I would recommend that so thrifting is the like lazy answer. In my opinion, the best thing that you could do is find examples online of how you want to dress. Like find models or lookbooks or influencers who dress in a way that you think looks good, and then go to a mall with like a department store or changing rooms or whatever, and then try on clothes. It's okay if you don't buy them. Try them on and look in the mirror and get a feel for your silhouette. Get a feel for like, okay, these sit here, so on. Try on some stuff at a thrift store. Start basic, jeans and a t-shirt. Can you get jeans and a t-shirt that really fit? Like really fit, Keep in mind that there are like massive differences even within the same category of clothing. A white t-shirt could refer to like a big oversized 1990s box cut, like box fit one, or a more classic menswear kind that fits in a like a cropped sense. It's like more of an undershirt. Like this one right here. See, this one fits like more of an undershirt. I prefer the fitted look because it goes more with the heritage menswear look. But, there's nothing innately right or wrong with either style. Find what you want to look like and then just try stuff on. And eventually you'll get confident enough in your picks that you'll be like, this item right here, I could see myself wearing it 100 times with a bunch of different outfits. This t-shirt fits me great. I could wear this with jeans, with chinos, with shorts. I could wear this with a bunch of stuff. So I will. And then you buy it, and it's like, okay, nice. Now you've got that. You want to build a wardrobe, not an outfit. Don't do anything on eBay until you know exactly what you're doing. You want to try everything on in person. Unless you have a very specific body type, you might find a lot of variance in how stuff fits you. Byron Swanee? Not sure what you mean. For me, another great source of inspiration for classic menswear silhouettes, specifically classic menswear silhouettes, but maybe with a more contemporary angle, is Brut, which is a French brand, and I am fond of their silhouettes. It's more contemporary, but it's informed by heritage menswear styles. You can also find the YouTube channels for clothing distributors. For example, you can find a YouTube channel for Blue Owl Workshop or Sons of Stag or whatever else, Hinoya clothing, and you can see what they're showing off, because they'll show off like new clothing that they get. You know, if they get some new pieces, they'll be like, here's how you can put them together. Just do that for a while. See what you like. Yeah, I like a lot of these silhouettes. They're also very modular, right? Look at this. Thermal, fleece hoodie, jeans. Okay. Flannel, rain jacket. Short coat, sweatshirt, work pants. There's a thermal. See, there's a kind of formula to it. And once you understand your fit, you know, you can put stuff together pretty easily, in my opinion. Any advice on casual button-ups? I'm usually a medium, but I find some medium shirts too long, and I prefer them to be t-shirt length because I don't tuck them. Often, I would just go to a tailor and get those hemmed. If you like how a casual shirt fits, and you want to have it hemmed, just have it hemmed. Or cut it yourself, you know? If you want to, you can just mark it with chalk and then cut it with some scissors, and, you know, it'll fray unless you eventually hem it off again, but it can look pretty good. I know you've got a watch, but I haven't seen you show it off. You afraid what the community will think about the price tag? Ha! I got like the cheapest dress watch you can, an Orient Bambino. I needed it for, well, I didn't need it. I wanted it to wear to a wedding. It was about $300, which is very cheap as dress watches go. And I don't wear it because I'm not wearing a suit right now. It's a dress watch. I don't really think it would work that well with like the clothing that I tend to wear. Look at that. I really want a Western belt so badly, dude. I want a Western belt so bad. Is it worth it to save up for nicer clothes since they tend to last longer? Sure, but even cheap clothing these days tends to last a pretty long time. I don't think that you should buy expensive clothing because you think you're going to get more use out of it. Not necessarily. I think you should buy expensive clothing because, in your opinion, it's special to you. It makes you happy to wear. That's what I buy, you know? Some of my t-shirts are very basic and cheap. Some of them are way too expensive. The unifying thread was not the, like, cost per use that I thought I would get out of it. The unifying thread was how I felt about it. You know, how happy it made me or how special I thought it was. Thank you for the recommendation, Dumkopf. Yeah, I really need to order a nice Western belt. It would go with, like, everything that I wear, basically. Also some black boots. What about alpaca? I'm looking for a full zip alpaca hoodie. I don't know of any alpaca hoodies. That sounds expensive, but, like, God bless you. See, this is a very contemporary t-shirt. See? Look at how boxy it is with very long sleeves. Whereas if you compare that to, like, hold on, let me show you the shirt that I'm wearing right now from Mr. Freedom. Mr. Freedom does, like, heritage clothing reproduction work. So as a consequence, it is It is very, very like old style. See this guy. This is the shirt that I have, the work shirt that you guys were fond of. Look at those proportions, huh? I really like this work shirt. Dog. See, this is the shirt that I'm wearing right now. See how it's cut? It's cut the way old t-shirts were. See, it says right here, the original pattern construction details are drafted from a vintage 1940s U.S. military GI undershirt specimen from our archives. The fit proportion are inspired by period t-shirt fashion styles. So it has more of a like undershirt, super, super cropped, or not cropped, so it is kind of cropped, but super like close cut look to it, you know? And this is what people would wear with their, when the famous Marlon Brando picture that people have been drooling over for 70 years, that's why his t-shirt looked that way. Because at the time, t-shirts were like undershirts. They were worn underneath like a fitted shirt or like a button-up shirt. So him like this is kind of like you're just wearing your underwear, basically, which is why it was considered such a sex symbol back then. And that's why the sleeves were as cropped as they were. This looks pretty good, right? It's a specific style. I would not wear this with like Jinko jeans, for example, because those a little bit, you know, it's a little dissonant. You could pull it off if you knew what you were doing, but you can see that in a lot of t-shirt pics from the 50s and 60s. I think it's very flattering. Now, admittedly, I think that this style looks best if you are quite physically fit. And that's because, again, this style of t-shirt was cut from military personnel in the 40s. Back then, people were much skinnier. A lot of the US GIs who signed up were literally malnourished, right? Before they got fed in the army. That was one of the big reasons to sign up for the army back in World War II. They would give you food. So when I think of this t-shirt cut, I associate it with like a clean-cut, skinny fit guy. But that doesn't necessarily have to be the case, you know? I don't think that's essentially true. It's my bias. And there are plenty of people out there that have defied that bias and looked really, really cool. Like, I think of punk rockers as being skinny, but I've seen chubby punk rocker guys who are really hot, you know? It's just about understanding the language so that you can, you know, learn to express yourself. I gotta say, you guys have gotten to be a lot less negative over time when I talk about stuff like this, and I do appreciate that. Used to be, you guys were, in my opinion, a little bit insufferably antagonistic, and it's improved, you know? Just think this stuff's interesting to know. You know, it's just a mode of self-expression. I just don't want to get banned. Okay, well, that's also fair. That's also fair. That's also fair. The suede Western shirt that just released from Buck Mason is so nice. Really, I didn't know about that. New releases, new arrivals. Let's see. Yep, suede Western shirt. Now that's a pretty price tag right there, $650. But it makes sense. I have never worn a suede Western shirt. Would I wear one? Abso-fucking-lutely. But not today. Not today. Not today. Looks damn good. Why not? Because Western shirts, oh, that looks really nice. Western shirts are typically cropped not cropped, sorry, I shouldn't say cropped. They're cut very close to your waist. Western shirts are meant to not catch on bramble, right? That's why they had the pearl snaps, so that if they got caught on bramble and the shirt got pulled, rather than the buttons popping off, it would just pop open the pearl snaps, so you could just fix it up. It doesn't damage anything. And I would like to lose a little bit more weight before I buy anything that's meant to be this close to my waist. This bomber looks a lot like the one that I got from Imogene. I don't know anything about stuff, I'm afraid. There are clothes that I think that you can buy when you're a little bit heavier and then lose weight, and there's no big deal. This Cotton Crew right here, this one, I think this looks great. You could buy this and then lose 40 pounds, and it would still, it would still look great on you. I think, you know, it would still look really good on you. It's really just a matter. Ooh, what a nice quarter zip. They've been doing some nice suiting stuff lately. Look at this, 228 for a carry-on jacket. Not structured, but still. Looks pretty good. Welterweight ringer tee. I like ringer tees. I like ringer tees a lot. Love Western shirts. A lot of sepia tones here. Yes, Buck Mason tends to focus on a limited color range so that everything you buy from them works with everything else that you buy from them. That's their goal. This is very normcore. Well, it's heritage menswear that's made approachable and like available to most people. But most people do not dress this well. I trust. I've been out LA, Seattle, I've been to New York. Most people do not dress this well. It's not just about the cost or quality of the clothing, you know? A lot of it's also just about the cohesion. This, even putting together a simple outfit like this, just basic items. Look at this, t-shirt, jeans, and a button-up over it. It requires so much, there's so much nuance in how you apply it, you know? So much nuance. Anyway, I should probably like actually focus on the donos. The stuff you're showing off would go hard for a butch look. Yeah, I think that women often look really good in heritage menswear. You just have to be careful with what you buy because women and men's proportions are different. On average, I know, wokeness, I know. But on average, you're dealing with different proportions. And for that reason, you know, stuff that would look good in a man, you'd have to adjust the cut of the clothing to get a similarly proportioned look on a female body. On average. I get my clothes from Costco and my mom thinks I'm handsome. Just to be clear, I personally know people who dress much better than me and they don't buy from any fancy brands. Just to be clear. I know people who are very, very, very fashionable and they just buy basic, they get like Old Navy or whatever. They just understand the language better than I do. I'm not that knowledgeable. I'm only talking about what I consider to be good or what my ideals are. But there are people out there, like in the same way that, you know, buying a $300 marker set might help you make better traditional drawings, but there are people out there with fucking 99-cent ballpoint pens that can do a better job than you just through skill. You get me. Anyway, Sake, thanks to 5 tier 1 subs. Indian cotton pants are legit some of the best super warm weather clothing. For sure, 100%. Oh, with the additional 5 tier 1 subs, weather pants I've ever worn. The semi-formal shirt and pants combo is crazy light, comfy, and pretty stylish to boot. Yeah, no. The Indian clothing or like British adaptations of Indian clothing are very, very, very good for warm weather. A lot of this stuff I don't necessarily care for the style for because I like American, like, you know, American heritage clothing, but this stuff is incredibly well adapted to its environment. The closest we have in America is probably seersucker clothing. Seersucker clothing, maybe like Mediterranean popovers, stuff like that. It's beautiful. It is. It's very beautiful. Yeah. Made in New York City. Nice. Romulus, thank you for the $5. If you're ever in SoCal, check out Reese's Vintage Pieces. I know about them. Largest collection of vintage menswear in the US. I recently copped an 1880s frock suit. Fucking nice. Very, very nice. Sake, thanks to 5 tier 1 subs. It probably picked up on my auto-respond for campaigns text to not treat any request for money the same. I get 25 to 50 a week every week. Thankfully, I do not get campaign like texts at all. I think that might be because I'm in Washington. So like there's just not that much going on over here. Maybe if I was in a more competitive district, I would get more of that. I'm not really sure. Bull Cypher, thanks the $20. POV, you're busy shoveling snow all stream, and every time Voosh says, holy shit, chat, look at that, a small tear comes to my eye. I'm afraid that your link doesn't work, my friend, so I can't really show off what it is you're trying to show off. Were you showing off, like, the snow? I hope your snow shoveling's going well. Thank you, Bull Cypher. I know a guy that wears a male corset. Based. That's great. Men used to wear corsets. Thoughts on black jeans and a white t-shirt? It just depends on the fit. That can look amazing or bad. It's really just a matter of, you know, it's a matter of how you apply the principle. River, do you want to leave? Do you crave freedom? Get on out of here. Get. Skidoodle. Sensuous Psychosis, thank you for the $5. Happy Ides of March to the death of a tyrant. Too bad the Republic still turned into Empire, Sag. Yeah. Got rid of the Ayatollah. And sadly, he was, you know, the lesser evil, I guess, relative to the forces he was up against, which is crazy to think about. Got bad news, guys. Oil's slightly down. Still up above market open. So, you know, take what you will. Did you recently get into heavy bikes or heavy biker dudes? It's not a motorcycle jacket. It's not a motorcycle jacket. It's a trucker jacket. It's something that I would wear it with Western wear. I would wear it with like boot cut jeans and a Western shirt underneath. Are you into trucks now? Well, trucker jackets are cowboy wear. Boop-a-doo, doop-a-doo-doo-doo. Super chats, super chats. Super chats. Close the Marlon Brando tab. Close this tab. I haven't been seeing so much Kirara art on my goddamn timeline, and I keep liking it, which is why I keep seeing it, I assume. Mark Marinelli, thank you for the $5. Wovosh, careful showing those sweats. You might be flagged for inappropriate content. I need to get some, like, black sweats. You know, a long time ago, Tempest gifted me some sweats that said, don't look at my dick, printed on the front. We got to bring those back. Probably not, actually. I don't know if they're congruent with my current style. But, you know. Sandeo Productions, thank you for the $2. Kare Calico, thank you for the 20. Crooner, thank you very much. I'm glad you like the jacket. The Ramen, thank you for the 5 Canadian. I've always liked the diagonal zip of a motorcycle jacket. I agree. I think it looks really, really cool. The only reason I didn't want to wear a motorcycle jacket is because those still have a practical use and they don't overlap with my lifestyle at all. Like, to put it another way, there are some types of work jackets that I am okay with There are some types of work jackets that I think I'm okay with wearing in a fashiony, styly kind of way. And then there are some kind that I feel like I'd give the wrong impression, you know? TLDR, I'd be LARPing. In my opinion, yeah. I just don't think it would look good on me. I mean, I kind of look like a dork, you know? I just, you know, like dork head, and then I get down, I'm wearing a fucking beat up motorcycle jacket. Malon Miller, thank you for the $5. Tommy Puckett and Black Pilled Kiwi, thank you likewise. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. If a culture can't really survive ethnic barriers dissolving, then they don't really deserve to survive, no? I think that's a very complicated question. I think that fighting to preserve elements of culture can often be really, really cool because you can learn stuff from it and it makes the world more interesting. I don't want everything to dissolve into a huge monoculture. But there's a difference between if we take Japan, for example, there's a difference between preserving Japanese culture, parentheses, oh, this city has like a heritage culture market and all these local vendors and crafts sell like stuff made in accordance with an old style. And there's this old building we preserve and stuff. And then there's preserving our culture, parentheses, we don't let Africans in, you know? I think that if you are trying to preserve culture by excluding other people's participation from it, I think that is bad. If you're preserving it by trying to, like, you know, keep the flame alive or whatever, that's cool. Shikigami-chan, thank you for the very kind $10. I really appreciate that. I agree. Yeah, I think that being pro-Israel is essentially being pro-corruption, like in itself, you know? Hello, Finder. Thank you for the very kind $20. I can't stand that having such a stock market conscious admin means that all big political choices happen on Friday night. They're insider trading as easily as they breathe. We need the next press to arrest them for it. It's crazy Democrats won't even run on that now. They should be getting ready to. Shikigami-chan, Amir Ashari, and Zed Spaceman, thank you for the $5, £5, and $8 Australian dollars. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate that. Yeah, the future's not looking great right now, but we'll see how things, how things pan out. Flop Bingus Republic, thank you for the $5. The U.S. and allied fleets in the Pacific are massive. There are still 3 U.S. carrier groups in the Pacific. China wouldn't win Taiwan quickly, if at all. I think the main issue is that we've demonstrated we can't resupply. Like, we'll run out of ammunition so quickly, We don't have the ability to logistically support our incursions, imperial or otherwise. Information Paradox, thank you for the $5. I broke in my previous leather jacket by running it in the dryer with some socks and towels on no heat mode for a day, then gave it some ink oil. I've heard about people doing that. Yeah, you run it through the dryer, no heat, just spin. And you toss in some towels or like just something, dryer balls or whatever. I might do that. That might be nice. I want to see how much of a difference that makes, Not a bad idea. Zoe Spencer, thank you for the $10. On language, when people treat me differently for being trans, it's almost never active transphobia and almost always because they expect me to hit them with a, did you just assume my gender? Yeah. That shit really sucks because, like, I feel like trans people almost never do that. They almost never woke scold in person because they know that their social acceptance is hanging from a thread in many cases, and they don't want to be overly assuming. And also in a lot of cases, it's just like a misunderstanding. It's not, it's not like, overt hatred. I mean, sometimes it is, but right. They don't want to fuck it up by coming across as entitled or anything. So people all pretend now that trans people are all insufferable scolds, when I feel like in reality, most trans women, if you himmed them and then just did it over and over, they would just be like leave without saying anything, be sad about it later. Right? I feel like 99% of the time that's what happens. Which sucks, but like also it means like they're not scolding. They're just not. That's not a thing that's happening, Benjamin, thank you for the incredibly kind $500 donation. Thank you very, very much. Sake has apparently opted out of receiving automated text from PV. Campaign tools are funny like that. Thankfully, hasn't opted out of me super chatting. You're subjecting Sake Tanuki to like a surveillance state level of monitoring here. Like we got Sake's info on his sign up, and spending an awful long time on the toilet today, aren't you, Sake? All in admittedly to my benefit, part of a dono war. Listen, folks. First of all, thank you, Ben. Second of all, everyone, please do sign up with PV. I really want Kat Abigaili to win. It's important to me. I like her content creator solidarity, and it would be. I know it's a long shot right now. It is a long shot right now. I am not denying this. I just think that it's important we pitch our best effort. I'm trying to say it right. Yeah, I'm trying to say it right. Not $500, $499.99. That is true. Lefty Disinfo. Raina Bibi, thank you for the $2. I like Graham Plattner. I think Graham Plattner is kind of like an idiot and a bit of a sloppy. Well, hold on. I don't think he's an idiot. I think that he's boorish and often thoughtless because the tattoo thing's really fucking dumb. But I think he's probably an all right guy in addition to being a boorish idiot. And he has some sloppulous tendencies, but I think that like the worst version of Graham Plattner is better than the best liberal Zionist, because being a liberal Zionist is still like, no, I think the Democratic Party should do nothing, be subservient to capital, die for Israel, and never challenge the status quo. Like, I will absolutely choose Plattner over that, 100%, yeah. And he seems like an all right guy, though I do think he fakes the vocal fry a little bit. Deism Accountant, thank you for the $10. Would you let Kyle Kalinske moderate a debate between you and Hassan? No, on every possible level. I have no interest in debating Hassan, and I have no interest in ever allowing a moderator anywhere near me for any reason. I can't stand moderators. It's such a it's such a dishonest, like, media environment as it is, and then you need like the kindergarten teacher to wrangle in the babies as they slap fight. No. For one, it wouldn't happen anyway because Hassan would never talk to me. And for two, if I was going to talk to Hassan, I probably wouldn't like debate him. I don't know. He said some pretty stupid stuff, but I feel like I could probably get more done, both in terms of political advocacy broadly for my positions and also for my channel, by finding points of agreement. Like, I think that finding the points of disagreement would be, like, I wouldn't even be doing it to try to improve the world. I'd be doing it because, like, oh, look at this standoff. Finally, the debate that everyone's been waiting for 7 years. And it's just like, hey, 4 years ago, you were dumb on Ukraine or whatever, and you were dumb on Kat Abegzale, and you're dumb on Taiwan. I don't know what the point would be, I guess. Wouldn't convince anyone. I'd rather make a positive case for why I believe what I believe, but that's not really appropriate for a debate environment. Me laying down, like, 30 minutes of, like, anti-campus shit. Dan Carr, thanks the $5. I love the weekend streams. I deep clean my whole home and run errands. Nice. I'm really happy to hear that. Lately, I've been so tired, but I got a pretty good sleep last night, so maybe today I'll vacuum, you know? Brian McKee, thank you for the $5. Love the content. Learning to ride a motorcycle to prepare for $200 per barrel oil. Nice. Any recommendations for a full grain leather jacket? Yeah, I understand this is kind of like an unoriginal suggestion, but I really don't think you can beat Shot NYC. Shot NYC invented the motorcycle jacket. They not Shot? Fuck off. Sorry, Uves, you're too fucking European and contemporary to understand classic stylings. Shot NYC invented the motorcycle jacket. And also, hey, who likes Leon Kennedy from RE4 and RE9? Guess who made his jacket? That's right, the B3. The sheepskin bomber, that's his. You can find a testament, or not a testament, a credit to Shot NYC in the credits of Resident Evil 4. $1,600, holy shit. Yeah, for a full sheepskin bomber jacket. Pretty damn good. These are nice jackets. They're classics, you know? Freedom, or Mr. Freedom also had some really nice unlined jackets. Cheaper to just kill a sheep and make your own? I promise you it's not. The amount of labor that goes into a leather jacket is far beyond what a lot of people would appreciate, I think. I think a lot of people don't understand just how much it takes to make one. Leather processing is an intensive process. It's very, very difficult. Look at the real McCoys for chat's benefit. Okay, but chat is already getting mad at the prices on Shot NYC. You really want to show them the prices on the real McCoys? Yes, the real McCoys has phenomenal clothing. Phenomenal, like, heritage reproduction clothing. But if I click on one of these, you're going to be mad at me. You're going to see the price. Yeah, $5,700. It's the real McCoys. Jesus Christ, I'm not buying anything. I didn't buy anything. I didn't buy anything. It's not me. You were right. I am mad. Yeah, well, you know. Raina BB with the $5. Feeling sad you overlooked my previous comment. Thoughts of Grand Platinum? Whoa, I didn't overlook your comment. I just tend to read donos at the end of stream. Though today I read a little bit of them during stream, but I tend to read them at the end of stream. I like Grand Platinum. Alexander Stanford, thank you for the 50 Egyptian pounds. Do you think the FCC threat is just a show of weakness of the Trump government? Yes, I don't think they're going to follow through on it. I don't think so at all. I don't think that. I think that even Fox News would push back against an attempt to revoke the license of, like, there are a lot of people who work at Fox News who are fed up with Trump and are just waiting for him to die. The idea that they would cede the ability for the government to indefinitely censor them as a news organization because they don't like accurate reporting on the war in Iran, it's dead in the water. They're not going to do it. They're not capable. They wouldn't dare. Senua Psychosis, thank you for the $5. Doubling down on the Chinese century being the Sino-Iranian century. God, that would produce some sick-ass music. Deep Sea Vision, thank you for the $10. In the last 96 hours, I defended my master's thesis, got made out with the club dance floor, and met Ken Martin in a 20 or so person union leadership meet. Nice! Holy shit! What a busy 96 hours. God damn, you're living the life. You know what I've done the past 96 hours? Pretty much what you're seeing right now and a little bit more. Nice, 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 nice. God damn. All right, folks. Well, is Vox wearing leather jackets now? I have one leather jacket and I'm just trying to break it in. That's all. Oh, here, since we're at the end of stream, let's see if any of the indigo from the inside lining of the shirt transferred over into my white shirt. I think it fits pretty good. Anything? Hey, it looks like it didn't. First couple of times I wore this jacket, the indigo lining. Look at how beautiful that is, by the way. The indigo cotton lining transferred a little bit onto my shirt, but this time it did not. No, continue streaming 24/7. We'll have to wait till tomorrow, I'm afraid. All right, folks. I love you all very much. Take care. I'll see you guys tomorrow. See how things pan out. And, yeah, I mean, keep an eye on the oil prices. It looks like right now they're just... My guess is that a bunch of money is moving around right now because everyone is trying to see which side of 100 it settles on. That's my guess. 100 is such a big benchmark, you know, that like a bunch of people are like, no, it's going to stay below 100, short. And then people are like, no, over 100, it's over. American empire is over. Go. So I have a feeling that since it didn't have an initial drop, it's probably going to float around here for a while, you know? Will you watch Pixar's Hoppers soon? I'm a little bit curious about it, but I doubt... I mean, it's probably just going to be like family movie slop, I guess. You know? I'm not really expecting it to be, you know, groundbreaking. It's got politics? Oh, I bet. All right, everyone. Take care. I love you all very much. Bye-bye. Drink water.